Boom. Alright. We have Germany versus Latin America. Hashtag BE with the tag LA. Alright. Oh, I didn't actually put them in the folder yet. Oops. What's Dear God, Awa? Oh. Okay. Don't scare me like that, man. So... game number 1. On chain reaction. Oh, chain reaction. Screw chain reaction. Every time I see chain reaction, I instantly think of circuit breakers. Because chain is about as long as circuit breakers, and reaction's about as long as breakers, and both start with a C, both 2 words. So I think of circuit breakers at first, and then I realize, oh wait, it's actually a map I hate. Alright, we have LML versus Terror. Interesting. Well, Terror's purple, LML is green. And here we go, Latin America versus Germany. Game number 1. This is Altitude Nation War, week number 5. 1 second. Fix something. Alright. So, this map has seemed to be really hard on people because vultures are really good. And Terror is a very aggressive kind of player. So, somehow I wouldn't be surprised to see a 2-fact build out of Terror into a 5-fact off of 2 bases. With only 1 or 2 machine shops. Just floods with lots and lots of vultures. I haven't cast many of LML games. I don't know what kind of Protoss player he is. The Protosses really don't change that much in PvT. They all kind of act the same. Terrans can either be aggressive or passive, but Protosses, you're all kind of the same person. Unless you're awesome and go carriers. But nobody goes carriers. Makes me sad. Everybody's talking about... people in the chat are saying that everybody goes Corsairs on this map. One person went Corsair once, and it worked out because he was playing against a pretty bad Terran. I mean, I really don't put any stock into Horang 2 versus Piano for my metagaming fix. It's you know what, man, if you can go D-Web, you're awesome, I guess. But I don't think it's going to work against anybody who's not Piano. Anyway, LML getting the goon range. Did he build an early zealot? He did build an early zealot. So you can put a little bit of pressure on. And actually, Terra's going to have... Terra trapped one of his marines, so Zil's going to have to run by that marine. But other than that one, the marine's going to be pretty exposed. So Terra's going to have to micro pretty well. Oh, he can get 2 Marines in there? Man. The map is so imbalanced. Anyway, but those 2 Marines can't actually get over there. So, Del's going to be able to kill 1 SCV. This SCV has 1 more hit. That Marine has 1 more hit. Does decide to let the barracks up to bring some more Marines into the fight. And now he has 4. He's going to throw down the bunker. Yes, that is a bunker. Anyway. Alright. Ooh. Places a pylon in the back. Just to make sure that Terran can't sneak along this ridge. Probably not so much to attack the natural, but more so he can't place... Well, actually, I'm not sure what he is more fearful of. Vultures running into the natural or tanks sieging here. Both of them seem like pretty terrible things to have happen to you. But, yeah, you just want to make sure that tanks aren't taking out this temple or that you aren't trying to glitch vultures through with mines. There's a lot of destructible shit on this map. Because, like, this is destructible, and this is destructible, and you have to destroy something to get to this destructible. It's just... Man, I hate this map. I don't know why this mineral patch exists. I think it's for walling, but, like, if you want to wall this way... I don't know, man. This map's the one map I don't like. There's some maps I feel neutral about, but this one's straight up the one I do not like. Anyway. Tank coming out. Still has a little ways to go, so these Dragoons are going to get some nice shots off. Not going to be able to kill it, though. Bringing in 2 more, though. So actually he's going to get a lot of Dragoons shooting at the target. Oh. LML has a Robo. Getting a shuttle. Is it for Bulldog? Oh. He's going to mine out the back? LML's doing something funky. I'm not sure what it is. I don't know why you need to get shuttles and to mine out the back, but LML's doing something. Anyway, first tank's out. Siege mode should be just about done. It is. LML actually didn't use all of his Dragoons to attack. He's just bringing them all here so that he can bulldog them in. Oh man. Oh man, here comes the bulldog. How long until Terra realizes it? Well, I guess he realizes it now. He needs to bring that tank back. Like right now. The tank's gonna actually run away. Sieging in a pretty nice position. Can it range? It can range, now that the goons are stepping forward. Goons are actually gonna go engage it, but are gonna have to take a lot of SCV fire. The tanks might actually kill an SCV. No, not quite. He's dropping in more goons, though, so the goons are going to be able to take out 1 tank, taking out a 2nd tank, but a 3rd tank pops. Probably going to be able to take out that one, too. SCVs? Oh, are you actually going to You're doing dropship micro against SCVs? Oh, man, and goons are now coming in the back. I don't know why that was necessary. Your dropship was doing a pretty good job, but I mean, who cares, man? You got the goons on the natural. Seems to be working. He's actually repairing his own SCVs, trying to wait for a tank to come out. He's still doing micro with these goons. What is this LML? Oh, actually all the Dragoons dying to SCVs is kind of sad, but he's done so much damage. The Dragoon's trapped. Is he going to be able to get 1 more? He could take out that one. Nope. Oh, man, and 2 more goons are coming in. 16 supply compared to 39. And LML adding 2 more gateways. And that's Citadel. Oh, I don't even want to know what he's planning on for that Citadel, man. Oh. Wow, if Terra lost that tank, that'd be a huge mistake. There's 1 Marine in the bunker over there, so the Dragoons have to stay a little bit far away from that. But, oh man, the tank even has to shoot up the high ground because this is a reverse ramp map. Oh man, this is brutal, LML. And 2 more goons coming in. Oh man, the Bulldog never goes out of style. He's going to be able to take out that command center. probably could take out that stuff if he really wanted to. I don't know if he does. The Commander's gonna try to fly away. How much damage is he gonna do? Down to 500. Down to 400. 350. 200 health. Oh, boom, got it. Very last shot, even. Oh man, LML is playing a perfect game up to this point. I mean, almost perfect. It was probably like could have microed a little bit better against the SCVs, but just about perfect. Is he actually bringing goons from that side too? No, he's not. He's just dropping them over with the shuttle for unknown reasons. One Marine's not going to do a lot of damage to it. Oh man, what's the supply? 18 supply compared to 57. Protoss has an Expo up. Protoss has Tech. Was it just for speed? Oh, it was just for speed. It wasn't for any Templars. I thought he was just going to go with a DT transition, and that was going to blow my mind, but no, something much more reasonable than a DT transition. Ah, jeez. Well, LML can do whatever the hell he wants at this point. He has, like, triple the supply. Not quite triple the supply. More than double, though. Actually, it's pretty close to triple. No, not anymore. They're both macro, yeah. Man. So what is LML going to do? He's going to be just making goons at this point. Goons and Zealots now that he has speed finished. He could just push like that. He could choose to go for a double expand if he really wanted to. Doesn't even matter. Man, Terran doesn't even have mines. Terran just started mines. He does have speed though. LML has enough stuff at his front that he's not going to be able to run by. LML has stuff in the back here so that they can't glitch through. Oh man. Man, Terra's looking pretty bad. I don't think he really knew what was going on with this map. Oh, it was over. Yeah. Terror. I don't know why you're still in this Terror. Terror's still at 29 supply. LML is at 90. So, more than triple. More than triple. LML is now expanding down this general direction. I don't know if that... Is that Nexus off-placed? I don't know. I think I'm being thrown off by how these minerals are shifted over, because it looks like the Nexus should be like in the center of the cave of the minerals. But I think if it was in the center, then it'd be too close to the gas. So I think this map is just tricking me, and that's actually the right place close to the Nexus. Hey look, more destructible shit. Hey look, more destructible. There's so much destructible stuff on this map. Oh, it's really silly. I'm okay with like one destructible thing on a map. Like on Medusa, there are the temples. I mean, there are 3 sets of temples, but there's like one destructible thing. But this map is just like destructible everywhere. Another one that hasn't been scouted over here. Ugh. Well, does Terra have enough stuff to not die? I don't know. Oh, I want to see if these are stacked. They are not stacked, okay. That's actually a pretty low life thing, it's just 750. But you do have to destroy 2 things, because there's another one up here that's not scouted yet. Anyway, is LML just going to do it again? That'd be hilarious if he just did another Bulldog. There might actually be enough stuff from Terror to not let LML... No, there are a lot of Zealots. I don't know. Be kind of close with LML, which is just attack. Because, I mean, Terran's behind... C-Tank behind walls. I don't know, I think LML still has this. He's gonna drop Zealots in the back. Yeah, this is gonna be the end of the game. Yay, LML! GG. LML wins game 1! Team Deutschland! I have to go look at the results for Team Germany to see. I think if Germany wins, they're in. I'm pretty sure. Not 100% sure, but pretty sure. Need to shift over a little bit. Yeah, if Team Germany wins, they're in, for sure. Wait. Yeah, if they win, they're in, for sure. This is correct. If they lose, they're still probably in, but technically could lose. Is possible. Anyway, Latin America, though, if they lose, they might fall behind Western Europe. So it really matters for Latin America here. Anyway, going into game number 2, we have Terror as yellow. And black. LML is... I'm trying to figure out what color it is. I think that's teal. Yeah, it's teal. I wanted to tell if it was teal or green before actually clicking over there. Because my mini-map is really small. Dang it. I hate it when I do that. LML... E. At least LML is a short name. I appreciate that, LML. Alright. So, TVP on a much more normal map. Somehow I'm not surprised that Terror just decided to go with a really normal map. I'd imagine he's pretty salty about that last game. I would be. If I'm playing on like that map for the first time and then that strategy happens, I'm just like, nope. Not gonna play Destination. Don't want to see any of that bull. Or, I don't know what other funky maps we have. I think that's like the funkiest map we have. Other than like Andromeda, but that's still pretty normal. I now want to go check that. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much Destination's the only other map where weird stuff can happen like that. Not like that specifically, but just another map where weird strategies happen. And backdoors. Anyway, same build for both players so far. Actually, no. Terror went for a 1-Rax FE last time. He still might. No, he's not. He's getting the gas. So Terror's not going to go for the fast expo. This game he might go for the 2 fast, and he's going to go scout in the right direction. I'm being told it wasn't a Bulldog. I thought a Bulldog was just an elevator. Or does a Bulldog need Zealots? I thought that a Bulldog was just doing a fast elevator versus Terran. That is the Bulldog. But, I might be wrong on that. Bulldog has bust the front with a shuttle. Early on. Really? Oh. That's not what I thought a Bulldog was. I will have to look that up when I finish casting in like 5 hours. And I won't care anymore. Liquipedia! Man, I love Liquipedia. Shit's great. These guys actually pretty high APMs. Terror's about 400. LML is 470. Yeah, wow. And we're kind of past the point of just spamming, so that's pretty impressive. Anyway, Terror... Is he going to throw down the other factory? He has enough money for it. He has enough money for it. No, he's getting, he's getting mines first. Is he getting vultures out? He's getting mines, but he's building a siege tank. Interesting. Anyway. So, it looks like Terra won't be going... Well, I guess he still could throw down a second factory, but I imagine he'd expand instead. He still has a lot of gas to spend on another upgrade and on, on another upgrade and on another tank if he wanted one. And it looks like, yes, he does have the 400 minerals. He's just going to expand now. So, siege expand. Although it's not really siege expand, he's in a siege mode. So, one fact expand? Does that have a fun name other than just one fact expand? I don't know. Anyway, well, Terra's going to go out for his first push. He built 5 Marines, so a little bit heavy on the Marines. He's going to bring 1 SCV to repair, and he will have Vultures streaming in to help support the attack. Alright, looks like he's not going to go for the attack. I don't know how good number of games. Might not have worked. It's fine. Elemental's going to go for the Robo-Bait first once again. Probably just for observers. It'd be kind of weird if it was for Reavers. This map isn't very good for Reavers, and they're kind of rare to begin with. Terra's hiding an SCV down there. I assume it's just for scouting. Yeah, just for scouting. Well, it's not just for scouting. I'm pretty sure it's just for scouting. Oh, nope. Anyway. Yes, an observatory going down, and a citadel. So it looks like LML is going to be doing pretty standard stuff. Probably 2 base arbiter. I don't see him trying to gear up for another expo. If he was going to go 3 base arbiter, he probably would try to be taking a 3rd now. Nope, gets a zealot. Oh, I guess LML is going to go for 3 base arbiter. Yeah, he's not going to throw down the Stargate archives immediately. He's going to wait just a little bit to try to get some more gateways up, because Terran should be starting to match up something right about now. No, still only on 2 facts. Interesting. Anyway, makes the anti-vulture wall, prevent vultures from getting back there. Yeah, that should work. It looks kind of weird because it's diagonal, and most of them are just straight up or straight across, but the diagonal one should work just as well. And here comes the Terran once again to try to make a push. That's a lot of units for Terror. And LML's doing a little bit of mine clearing and realizes he needs to back up now. In fact, Terror added some Marines, interestingly, to the push. He's built up to 8. It's a lot more than most, or 9 now. It's a lot more than most Terrans build in a PvP. And, well, those mines are pretty close to the siege tanks, but it doesn't matter if there are no speed lots. Speed lots on the way? Speed lots is done. Okay. So, yeah, he needs to worry about mine drags, because those mines are kind of in the danger zone for how far they can get before they blow up. And actually, you know, in a lot of games like Ashes of Terror, he has a terrible, terrible time with reverse mines. And oh no, not quite actually. That mine, no, not either. Actually, a lot of those mines get a hit. Not many of them do. Although LML only loses his zealots, so not really big losses from either side. But man, that one could have been really big. There were like 3 over here that could have been really big. Oh, jeez. Alright. More SCVs. Ooh, interesting. Oh, he lost his other ones in the attack to Mind Drag, so he's forced to pull a couple more. Just because he wants to keep the tanks alive as long as possible. Looks like the Dragoons are going to go in for a little bit more attack now that they're speed locked once again. And the tanks and the Vultures are still right on top of Mines. He needs to be really careful about that. But no, there's enough Vultures there to just kill off the Zealot very easily. And their goons in the back, they're going to do some good damage to the Zealots, but oh, they can't get to the tanks, and LML is going to lose all of his goons. It wouldn't have been that bad if he had just pulled his goons back after the Zealots died, but because they stuck around, they took a lot of tank hits. And now LML has a pretty reduced force. Terror can't really move out because he lost all of his Vultures, but none of the tanks died, and that's really what matters, especially when you're only working off of one machine shop. He's now building a second machine shop, but the tanks are going to be very valuable in the army. Terror really doesn't care if he loses just Vultures, and he's establishing a third now, which is going to help him a lot more. Going to continue to help him to just pump out Vultures. Anyway, this space has been scouted. I wouldn't be surprised if he sent a couple Vultures just to make sure he doesn't populate it. And here goes another attack from LML. This, I don't know how this is going to work out. I mean, he's able to kill a tank, but he loses everything. Not quite everything. He saves a goon, but he's almost back to square one in terms of his army. He doesn't have that many gateways. Oh, he does have a lot of gateways, but he's only on 2 bases. So he can't produce out of them all constantly. And this base, ooh, he actually canceled the Nexus. And the probe might be trying to sneak around to take another Expo, possibly? Not sure. LML's going to try to sneak a few units back, but there are mines in the way. We're just going to shut that down. Boom. 1 Dragoon left, but 2 tanks can take care of that pretty easily. And LML is pretty pinned at this point. I don't know how he's going to be able to break down this ramp. Terror actually needs to put these guys in bunker. But I don't know how he's going to be able to break down that ramp. He can try to sneak guys around this way, but to what end, really? I think Terror has a pretty good lock on this. The tanks are not too close. Well, I say that now, and he puts tanks really close to the mines. So, he needs to watch out for that. He really doesn't have that many Vultures, though, so theoretically a lot of speed lots could do some serious damage. But LML is going to continue to just try to circumvent it. But there are a lot of Vultures over here, and they're going to lay a lot of mines, so... Well, we'll see, man. We shall see. LML did get up his super secret hidden base. We'll figure out how long Terror has. Theoretically, Terror should know about it because he saw the probe head that direction when he left here with that SCV, but he might not have been paying attention. It would be pretty subtle. Meanwhile, there's an observer here to clear out the mines, but I don't think they're going to get too far. There are a couple tanks here, and still a lot of mines to deal with. Ooh, 4 tanks even. Oh man, he's building supply depots too. Anyway, here comes LML's attack. That's a lot of Zealots. There's actually a really big number of Zealots. Going to be able to do some good damage. The goons are going to be forced to pull back. There's still 2 Zealots there. Cleared out most of the stuff that was there to begin with, but he's going to be unable to reinforce. So once these Zealots die, these goons aren't going to be able to do too much. Are the goons just going to go for it? The goons are going to try to run by the tank, so there are 4 goons in the natural now, but no, they're just going to be killed by tanks. Yeah, makes another attack over at the contain, but there are way too many mines for that to work. Oh jeez, LML, man. 79 to 115 supply. He only has one guy in gas here because he just doesn't have that many machine shops. This is a terror style right here, man. 6 factories, 2 machine shops. That's what he does. There are a lot of mines. Like, ridiculous number of mines. Anyway, LML, once again, going to try to sneak around this, sneak around the top side. I don't know why this is going to be different this time. I guess there are less mines to clear through. Is LML teching at all? No, not teching. I'd be surprised if he was, just because he has enough gateways that he doesn't have extra money if he doesn't want to. But he has set up this expansion, and nobody's there to scout it, so he's going to slowly populate it probe by probe. He certainly can't transfer anything there. Well, if Terror doesn't find that, LML has a chance. It's 3 base versus 3 base. Not that good of a position, but at least it's something. But man, there's a lot of vultures. Not a lot of tanks, but a lot of vultures. Oh, are they heading down that direction? Oh, I think they are. Oh, there goes LML's base. Is that actually making progress? Yes, it is making progress. Slowly, ever so slowly, actually repairing that thing. Eventually it'll stop flashing red and yellow and it'll just be yellow. Yes, it is now just yellow. Oh. Wait, nope. I thought I heard another one. Yeah, Vulture took out this base. Yeah, Vulture took out that base. I don't know what LML can do here. I think he's pretty much dead. 8 factories, 2 machine shops. But he's been producing tanks out of those 2 machine shops. He hasn't been losing any, so he's now starting to get a pretty good number of tanks. If LML was somehow able to kill off a lot of the tanks, then Terror would be continuously stuck here and not really able to push in with just vultures. But it's going to be a pretty tall order to pick off a good number of tanks. Alright. Vulture gonna go for the snipe. I don't think they're gonna get it. Oh, gets up with the mines. Yeah, let's show those goons. Don't use the siege tanks, man. Just mine them with vultures. Fine, man. You're maxed anyway. It's not like you have anything else to spend money on. Anyway, Terror is double expanding because he can. He's maxed. He doesn't have anything else to spend money on. He should have 2 armories. He only has 1 armory, and it's not even upgrading. That's kind of weird how Terror has this awesome contain, and yet he's not actually getting upgrades for any of his stuff. Whatever, man. So, Max versus 150. Kurtos still on 2 bases. 1 mined out, 1 about to be mined out. Trying to expand up here. Pretty unsafe. With Terra now taking like this high ground position, this huge Protoss army is just like contained. It can't move this way, really can't come back up. So it's just stuck here. That's funny. Oh geez, that's a lot of metal. Alright, here he goes. LML's gonna go for the attack now. A lot of speed lots. He's gonna get some good mine hits because he's laid a lot of mines there. And Terror's not very good at making sure his guys are far away from mines. He's actually doing a lot of damage with these units. LML has armor. What? How? LML broke through that way too easily. Oh man, Terror! Terror! You gotta put your mind somewhere else, man. Terror, what the hell? Okay. He's still ahead by about 30 supply. He was up by 50, now only up by 30. And he lost the contain. Well, LML's gonna try to expand again. He might actually be able to secure it this time, but Terror has double expanded and populated those two bases. And LML's not mining. He's mining from here, but that's it. So this army needs to do really amazing things and not die. Oh, but he has a shuttle. Oh, well, shit, he has a shuttle. I don't know. Shuttle worked out pretty well for him in Game 1. That's all I'm saying. I don't see any anti-air, except for those Goliaths in the turret. But whatever, man. Shuttle can think of this. Oh, man! Oh, man! Terror! Terror! Oh, you're so bad about putting all your guys on your own mines. Oh, but Terror has 4 mining bases. LML has 0, so it doesn't really matter. Terror can pretty much just A-move stuff, and eventually this ball will whittle down into nothing. And, well, LML is now mining off of 1 base. So he can rebuild. This is going to be hard. Like, impossible, pretty much. 2 control groups of units. That's a lot of tanks. Did he finally add some more machine shops? Yay! He finally added some machine shops. I mean, still 10 to 4, but it's more than 8 to 2. Man, there's a lot of tanks. But Terror is going to do pretty well here, because notice how there are no mines in this area of the map. So when these zealots run up, they won't actually blow up everything, they'll just blow up a couple. And Terror's just going to A-move. And it's going to work out really well for him. LML transferring more probes. Now that this base is mined out. No, he's not transferring them. He's using them to fight. Probes, not so good versus Goliath tank mix. Maybe good versus just tanks in certain situations, but not so good here. There we go, GG. Alright, 1-1. Oh, still one more game to go. Who's going to take first set in Germany versus Latin America? Alright. Moving in to game number 2. Or into 3, excuse me. LML is blue. Terror is yellow. I like LML's decision of going with the other unknown map. This is the, there were 2 new maps this week, and this is the other one. It's like, well, I won first game because Terror didn't know what the hell he was doing. Let's hope he doesn't know what he's doing again. Pick the other map. I like it. Unfortunately, this map is pretty standard, so you're not going to be able to train 5 probes over and mine out a nice little patch of 40 minerals and then win. I forget the name of this map, but it's pretty much has the same expo layout as Grand Line, of main here, the natural here, an expo over here, and then another expo here. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 along this side, and 1, 2, 3, 4 along this side. Nothing in the middle. The difference being that the side expos are not islands, and all 12 expos on the map, no, all 10 expos on the map have gas. Wait, no, all 14. Is it 14? Yeah, all 14 expos on the map have gas. There's a mineral rooms on Grand Line. But, really, other than the fact that it has a lot of gas expos, there's nothing really remarkable about this map. It's pretty standard. Standard 4-player map. Anyway, Terror with the late scout and LML with no scout at all. Looks like Terror's going to go for a siege expand again, or a 1-fact expand at least. Maybe not siege. Wait, there's a critter on this map. It just occurred to me that there's a critter on this map. Like, when was the last map that Kespa used critters on? Destination, maybe? I don't know. When was the last time Kespa used critters? Somebody in chat probably knows. Chat! When was the last time Kespa used critters on a map? Boom! Sail new, man! The Kakawa Dreamliner. Nice. That was a little while ago, though, and Dreamliner wasn't one-off map that was used in one league for one season, and nobody liked it, except for Zergs. Yeah, Jaedong lost on it. I'm pretty sure Jaedong lost on it, right? My memory of that series is a little hazy. All the Flash Jaedong series kind of blend together a little bit. Anyway, LML is going to get a little bit aggressive with one Zealot again. And this time Terra does not have... Oh. Yes, he does. Terra does have some nice building formation. So, Zealot, Terra's pretty good with his Marine Micro. Should it be much of an issue? Yeah, look at that. Look at that. For those of you who aren't aware, this gap between the barracks and the command center is good enough to fit big enough to fit a Marine through, but not big enough to fit a Zealot through. And should be killed by a Vulture. Does get a Marine kill, but not very good. And well, LML didn't set up a bunker at the front, so there's just gonna be a goon that walks right into the base. Gonna get the first Vulture kill, and maybe even an SCV kill. Possibly. I mean, he can micro that around for a while. Well, and he's going to continue to send in Dragoons. Marine still has a little ways to go, but he doesn't really need range for what he's doing. The first goon goes down, but there's another one coming up from behind. Could be able to really quickly take out these Vultures. And actually, this is a pretty big blow to Terror's strategy, because Terror wants fast mines. And, I mean, LML's already killed, what, 9 mines? I think he's killed 3 Vultures already. So that's 9 less mines that he's going to have to deal with in the beginning of the game. And maybe even more, because LML's just going to keep rallying and getting the goons. He's also expanding behind this, because he knows that Terror's not going to have that many units to go for a push. He's been pretty good about keeping the numbers down. He should probably go to the top of the ramp. Or not. Not important. And, who's going to get Siege Mode first? Alright, so it is going to be a Siege expand this game. I'm not going to go for the fast mines. But, yet another Vulture's going to die. That's Vulture number 4. Oh. Well, yeah, Vulture number 4. And, first tank's out. But that tank doesn't have Siege Mode yet. And doesn't have a wall to hide behind. Is that going to actually get the first tank? Wow, LML. With the hyper-aggressive, put my rally point in your natural strategy, seems to be working out pretty well. And now, is he now going to pull back? No, he pulled back momentarily to get a little bit closer to his Dragoon buddy. I'm going to go and pair these, but Siege Mode's done, and that tank can just siege up here, and that's pretty much going to be the end of LML's aggression, but he stopped a lot. And actually, it's not going to quite be the end, because this natural is really big, meaning that the Dragoons can park here and stop the command center from going down, assuming that the Dragoons run away. There we go. And the Dragoons can park up here and just stop the command center from landing. And force tanks to come onto the low ground, so he's going to continue to deny that expo. Meanwhile, his has been up for a little while now. He's going to have a really big advantage over his opponent in terms of his natural timing. Anyway, the tank does finally come down now, and that expo is going to land. And LML's going for a third. Does that actually block? I can't tell if this is tight. It's close. Anyway, LML put himself in a pretty good position to start this game. That was weird. The SCV was facing this way, but they went into the geyser. I don't know how that happened, because it looks like some pretty normal mining. Oh. Anyway. LML, once again, going for the robo and then observers and then speed. Seems to be his thing. That's fair. And he's building a forge here. So I'm pretty sure this is tight, but I'm not so sure if this side is tight. But we're about to find out. And it is tight. And it looks like he did need the forge here. This gap looks bigger, but apparently it's this side that is actually the bigger gap. Well, alright, LML. Yeah, so that's going to be vulture tight. I didn't realize it's so easy to block against vultures on this map. And Terra's going to start spamming vultures now. He needs to start laying a lot of mines. And ooh, is he going to go for a run by? He is going to go for the run by. Gets a couple vultures in. 3 vultures can do a lot of damage. Ooh, but goons on the ramp to stop them from going into the main. They can just focus on the naturals. Observer's already out for LML. And vultures aren't going to be able to get too many kills. Only a couple probe losses. Pretty good reaction from LML. Keeping the goons on the ramp and focusing them here. Good stuff. In the meantime... Oh, there's a siege tank under there. Well then, I guess that isn't very effective if I click on the siege tank on the first click. Anyway, Terror, 5 fact with 1 machine shop so far. Yep, that's Terror. I'm still waiting for him to throw down another machine shop. I mean, it's a little bit lopsided, but Terror does love his vultures. Anyway, LML's gatewaying up. Not going to go for the Arbiter tech. He could go for fast Arbiters, but instead just going to try to flood with units. And seeing as he doesn't have a contain at his front this game, probably going to work out better. And Terra actually doesn't have much stuff. The vultures aren't home right now, and there's not a lot of terrain to block here. So this could actually be a pretty strong attack. LML doesn't have a lot of zealots. Here come the zealots. So I imagine he's going to go for the attack as soon as the zealots finish, and it could be really devastating. Man, 1 machine shop out of 5 factories. Alright. Anyway, is he going to go for it now that he has zealots? Yes, he does. He's just waiting for the zealots to get there. He's going to be able to tank a lot of the shots with that. And there's not a lot of vulture cover despite having 4 out of 5 factories and no machine shop. Dragoons are going to get in. They're going to be able to take out a couple of tanks here, but that tank on the high ground is probably going to be too much. They either need to retreat or go over into this area. And they are just going to pull back. Did some good damage. Now I'm just going to back out. Nothing wrong with that. There's an observer to see these mines, so he won't run into the trap of allowing you to run into there, most likely. Ooh, all right. This game LML is going to go for some Arbiter tech. Good. Arbiters are very effective. How's this map for recalls? as these Dragoons are killed. These never see this. Okay. That's a pretty big. That's actually a really big main. I think recalls could be pretty good on this map. We'll have to see if he goes for some. Anyway, looks like Terror is now expanding to his third, finally. Gonna equalize at 3 base versus 3 base. Well, there's actually no Arbiter Tribunal yet. And no Templar. So, not quite using this tech yet. Man, it's a lot of mines. It's a lot of mines. Hey, built a second machine shop. This game is going to get his armory a little bit faster, which is nice. Last game he had, like, no upgrades. Is Protoss getting upgrades? I don't think so. Let me see a forge. Oh, but the forge is over here. So, not getting upgrades. Oh, he got +1. Anyway, Arbiter Tribunal's on the way. See what upgrade goes for first, either at Stasis or Recall. Well, Terran's going to try to make a nice long diagonal line spanning from the third all the way to the natural, but that's going to be a pretty hard line to defend. And here comes LML with the attack. There are still mines in with all of Terror's units every game, man. Every game he has that problem. And it didn't cause that much of a problem this game, but it's just, you're asking for issues when you do that. Anyway, LML's going to run right into the third. He really, that was too long of a line for Terror to defend at this point in the game. It's only an 83 supply. Is he going to be able to take out everything, though? There are 3 tanks coming from behind, not in siege mode, but at the same time there are no zealots, so with good micro, LML should be able to take out everything here. Ooh, he's planning on going for a 4th base, because he could just pop that over to the mirror one on the other side. But forces the cancel on the command center. Kills most of the SCVs, still a couple there. And sea tanks are now going to siege up. Goons are bugging out. They don't know what to shoot at. Hey, it looks like he's not going to be able to get myself other than a couple of vultures. But still a successful attack, killing that many SCVs, killing a lot of tanks and vultures and such. Ooh, that's a Dark Templar. Alright. That's the energy upgrade. Okay. Either he already got one, but I don't think there was enough time for him to get one and be that far with the energy upgrade. So he's just going for the energy upgrade first. If you go for the energy upgrade first, one of two things good happens. Either your max energy increases for the Arbiters, which you would want early so that you can have the 250 sooner, because if you're capped at 200, you can't produce extra energy. And also, when you start out, they get an extra 13 energy. So, yes, those are the reasons why you go for energy before any of the abilities that actually use the energy. It's just so that you can have more of it once you finally get it. And if you don't plan on fighting the Terran in the next 2 minutes, then it's going to be fine. Anyway, LML's up about 30 supply. It's a little bit of a lead, but not terribly large amount, especially considering that he doesn't have any supply in Arbiters. So it's kind of, it's pretty close. 3 bases versus 4 bases. Is that, no, that's not a hidden expo, that's just some vultures. A lot of it's going to come down to how many of Terror's units die to friendly mines. I think that that's going to be the key to the game. If, I'm going to make my prediction now, if Terror loses like more than 20 supply to friendly mines the rest of the game, he will lose. If he loses less than 20 supply to friendly mines the rest of the game, he will win. This is my prediction. Okay, I'm considering whether I want to change it to 30, but no, I think I'm going to stick with 20. Anyway, yeah, there are lots of mines here. Kinda close, but not too close. Once he brings these siege tanks a little bit up further and sieges right on top of them, then they'll be too close. Is LML gonna go for it? Ooh, this is not the right angle to attack from. Okay, no, he just wanted to mind clear and got aggroed a little bit. That's fine. Yeah, you do not want to attack the Terran straight up into this. This is like the perfect position for Terran to defend from. Let's see what upgrades he get. Or no, it's too late for that. I still don't know whether he got the recall or he got the stasis. Probably stasis because he's not putting it into a recall position or something. Meanwhile, Elmo's taking a hidden expo over here. Terra does have a lot of vultures around, so he might be scouting it if he's keeping that in mind. Meanwhile, Terran is slowly sieging up, putting spider mines all over his dudes. That's cool. He's slowly creeping forward with his forces. He's eventually going to be able to take out this thing, so I think that's the goal he's shooting for right now. He has +1. Terran only has +1. Oh. I'm not so good with the upgrades. Meanwhile, actually, Elmo only has +1. Neither player is really good with the upgrades this game. More important for Terran than Protoss to be good with the upgrades. And it looks like Terran has finally stretched himself down to start attacking Elmo's Expo, and Elmo's just going to go for it now. There are enough vultures there that the mines aren't going to back into the tanks. But I think, oh, there was a big one. I think that Terra was just a little bit too spread out to try to defend against all this Protoss stuff. Protoss was close to max at the beginning of that fight, and he didn't have to deal with all these tanks or all these mines back here. So Terra got just a little bit ahead of himself trying to stretch out to take down this Expo. And it cost him a good amount of units. 145 compared to 170. So 25 supply difference. Still pretty close. Elmo's setting up another Expo. I'm not even sure if you can call it hidden Expo at this point, just because he's running out of places. And this vulture's going to come up and scout this, and he's just going to go, oh no. Oh geez, how long has that been there? Anyway, yeah, that's a really good position for Terran to defend from. And the stasis wasn't too good, 3 tanks, but the Protoss was kind of being choked, and the siege tanks were all in the right positions, and they ate a lot of mines coming in, so pretty easy defense for Terran, and now Terran all of a sudden is ahead 10 supply. That was actually a really bad attack from LML. And he's going to lose all of his units to mines. Oh no. Man, he was keeping so much pressure on the Terran that these bases were, like, pretty safe. But now this base is not safe. Not even a little. Well, I guess it's safe in the sense... Really? Cross-map probe transfer passes by vultures. Oh, no, they're going to get killed. Alright. That's pretty ballsy, man. LML at 140 supply, Terror 174. Alright. Oh, Terror's trying to lay down mines again. Away from his units. I don't know. Alright, dropship. Oh, this is Siege takes that out pretty good. Vulture's gonna be able to take out this Expo very quickly. Actually, they're not gonna be able to take out that Expo very quickly. It's gonna be pretty slow to get out that Nexus, but it's gonna be enough. And here's Elmo's force. It's almost max. There's a couple of DPs in there. And he finally got +2. Does Terran have +2? No, still on +1. Well, it doesn't look like this base is going to quite be saved. Oh, Oh, what a terrible stasis. Get from one vulture. Didn't even get the second vulture. Trying to stasis to save the probes, but there's still 3 vultures in there and kill everything. Both players are still pretty much maxed. Base is slowly burning down. Oh, that's what I was looking at the minerals and I was like, why is he not mined out here? Because he's not mining there anymore. LML essentially on 2 mining bases. Terror is on only 1 though, and it's not even. It only has 7 patches. So Terror has a very big army, but needs to do some serious damage with the army, and he's actually spreading out his tanks quite a bit. Spreading out the tanks can be pretty good, but not. You probably don't want to spread out that much. It depends on what he's trying to do. If he's just trying to get up to this expo, then, yeah. But he still might be spread too thin. It could be a repeat of what happened earlier this game, where he was spreading his tanks out in a very similar formation, and then LML just crushed it, all in one fell swoop. And it looks like he's lining his guys up in a... Oh, not quite. There's a hole there. I was going to say, he's lining his guys up in a nice line to all crush into at the same time. Alright, here he goes. Excuse me. A lot of the Zealots are taking mine hits. This time around, he keeps the mines very far away from the tanks, and it pays off for him very well. A lot of the Zealots go down, but there's still just, once again, too much stuff from LML, and Terror's too spread out to really deal with it. LML might even go for it here. Oh, there are only tanks here. There are no mines, no vulture support, so this time around when he attacks up at this location, it's going to work out really well for him. No, not really well. Just kind of well for him. He probably won't be able to work all the way up to the mining base, but he's able to take out a lot of tanks, which is very good for him. Terror's expanded here. He should really start mining. All the stuff's going to... All of LML stuff is going to die, though. It's going to be kind of hard for him to remax, because he's only on 2 bases. Kind of 2 bases. I don't know if you count that as a base. Ooh. Oh man. It's tough. It's tough. That's snapping observers. So. The observer goes down. He's actually off like 3 observers there. Maybe there's only 2. Anyway, LML's almost mined out here. Meaning he's going to be on 2... He's going to be on 2 mining bases still once he transfers probes over there. I guess. But he's going to have to make a pretty risky transition. Transfer, not transition. The probe. We'll just never find that probe. Are they going to scout out to see that this has been retaken? No, not quite. But these tanks do see it. Ooh, the dropship tanked all the hits. If he pulls probes, he'd probably be able to kill the tanks. He's going to need some vulture support, and he does get it. I think Terror is just going to win this war of attrition just based on the fact that LML can't remax. And LML is just having such a hard time taking another base. And now that Terror has this base, I think that's it. I think LML is done unless he can do a really nice attack to take out a base, or can really actually secure a base of his own, because this base isn't very secure, and this base is pretty unsaturated and is running out a little, and is being attacked by siege tanks. None of those things are good. Once again, there are a lot of minerals here, but they're all almost depleted, so this won't last very long. He could come back and mine those. He desperately needed it. But, yeah, it's 100 supply compared to 170. That Nexus is going to go down. I think that's it. And I think I only saw... There was like 1 big mine that hit like 6 vultures, but I think that was the only mine hit. So my over-under of 20 was right if Terra is able to pull this out and not lose too many more guys to mine. Uh-oh. But here comes Zealots, and those vultures on mines. I still hope to be right for my prediction. I think he can lose like 6 more supply before my prediction is wrong. Is he going to try to go and attack this base? I mean, he really does need to take out that base, but I'm not sure if he can handle... Well, it'll be close. He's not building Arbiters anymore. Or, he's now building an Arbiter, but he doesn't have an Arbiter with his army. And once again, repopulating this base. Just keeping it floating, but really, very unsaturated. Terror finally got his +2. Is he getting +3 now? Nope, just +2. And LML still only on +2 as well. And Terror has taken this base. There's something here. Not that much left, but Terror really can't take much else. Unless he wants to try to take this base. That's pretty much his only other option at this point. It's kind of weird how Terror and LML have set up a split map situation, yet these 3 bases that are clearly on LML's side of the map, he hasn't been able to take all game. And honestly, they would have probably been pretty secure, just because Terror has not been moving out from this corner at all, so he just took some bases over here. LML might have been able to hold on to him. But I don't know if he had enough money to do that. Alright. Well, looks like LML's just mining here now. He didn't bring probes back here or anything. So, Terror scans it. He has a lot of vultures on the outside. 2 goons and the cannon and the zealot aren't going to be enough. There are some forces back here that are going to have to come up and help. Yep. Well, they're going to kill off all the probes. Probably not going to... All the vultures are going to die, but it really doesn't matter. The more important thing is that LML is once again not mining and only at 100 supply and completely broke. That's pretty much a GG for LML. A well-fought game. Oh, he even kills the Cacao in a fit of rage. You can kill that one too. Nope, not going to kill that one. I'm not sure where he's pulling his units back to, but oh, he's gonna take out some vultures. He's still mining a little bit. He managed to transfer some more probes there, but that could be taken out pretty easily. Is there a cannon there? There's not even a cannon there. And GG, well played from LML. They're looking so good in game 1. Just couldn't deal with all of Terror's mines. So many mines. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. That's the wrong one. There we go. Alright, let me see the next replays. This is week 5, part 2 of day 1 of my cast of Altitude Nation War. I really gotta fix that, so I don't need to keep moving this over to get the replay up. Oh well, I'll do that eventually. Anyway, Altitude Nation War, sponsored by Altitude the Game. It's free to download. You don't have to sign up for anything. It's really easy. You should do it if you haven't already. Anyway, we'll throw these into the folder and start game number 2. Boom. Everybody's talking about I'm trying to figure out why Sale said poor Hacklebeast. I don't know what he was talking about, but yeah, the results from the The results from the Eastern Europe versus Russia was Russia won 3-2, not 4-2. There was something wrong with one of the games, so it became a draw. And Russia pulled it out in the 2v2. Pretty close, actually. Anyway. Alright, this should be interesting. Bakuyu versus Gotung. Bakuyu versus Mr. Gotung. Gotung. That's how you capitalize it right. Indeed it is. Gotung is purple. Purple Protoss on the left side. Bakuyu is white Zerg on the right side. I'm not exactly sure what the details were on the one set that didn't count from Russia versus Eastern Europe, but it just... AWA told me it's a draw because of replay stuff. So whatever replay stuff means, the point is that Russia won, and Russia is in the playoffs. And with no offense to Eastern European players, it doesn't matter. You weren't going to beat Russia in an ace match. Sorry. It just wasn't going to happen. Anyway, Bakuyu with the overpull. Yeah, that's an overpull. And I should reset the score. Boom. Didn't take too long to remember that time. Gotung. Them the Forge. I don't know. It looks like a pretty standard wall here. Although, by putting the gateway here, I think that's actually going to block him in. I mean, this isn't tight, so he can get Zealots out. I don't know about the top or the bottom, but I think he's going to have to destroy something to get Goons out. But pretty standard wall overall. The Pylon, then Forge, and then Gateway, and then Cannon. Anyway, first 6 Zerglings are out for Bakuyu. Where is the scouting probe? Oh, it's already in the base. He sees the 6 Zerglings morphing, so he knows he's going to need to throw down another cannon. He doesn't have a probe there. There's the probe. That's the one that's going to throw down the other cannon. Or not? Is he really going to try? Is he really going to go for the fast Nexus? Oh man, their 6-ling is already out for Bakuyu, and Gotung's seen him now twice. So I really do think he did throw down the other cannon now, but it's not going to finish before the Zerglings get there if the Zerglings head directly across. I think Bakuyu has scouted where his opponent is. I'm pretty sure he has, at least. And here they come. The cannon... Oh, that's a gateway. The cannon still has a little bit longer to go. There are holes to the bottom and the top. Oh man, they even have enough time to kill that probe. Bakuyu. Oh no! Waited a little bit too long. Oh, the other cannon's up. He could probably still run by if he wanted to. You just see how many cannons are there and the positioning of them. Nope. Oh, he's going to catch that probe. He's not going to go for the run by. I really thought he could have. But I think the Zergs can run by a lot. I mean, if there were like 5 cannons there, and the Zerg had like a little bit more than normal Zerglings, like if he had like 10, I'd be like, yeah, he can probably make it. I mean, he'll lose most of them, but he'll still have 2 or 3. They can run by the 5 cannons. It's fine. Yeah. Anyway, Bakuyu. Ooh, Bakuyu with the 4-hatch. We saw Technics very masterfully execute some Hydra buffs in the Eastern Europe versus Russia set. This is off of 5 hatcheries. Will Bakuyu throw down the 5th hatch? Or will it just be a 4-hatch Hydra? Or maybe it's not Hydra, because he doesn't have money for the Den, but it looks like he's saving up for Lair. Yes, he is going for the Lair first, so it's not just a straight-up 4-hatch Hydra. It might be 4-hatch Lurker? I'd be really intrigued if it was Mutalisk, or not necessarily Mutalisk, but Fireplay going 4-hatch before layer into fire play? That'd be weird. Anyway, Stargate is about halfway done. I definitely think that he needs to get the Hydralisk Den just to defend against the Overlord. I don't think he can quite delay the Spire that much. Anyway, Gotung sees everything. Ah, there's the Hydralisk Den. So yeah, we will get Hydralisk out. They'll probably be in time to save the Overlord. Well, some of the Overlords. That Overlord's screwed. Yeah, they'll definitely be in time to save some Overlords. And, well, looks like 4-hatch Hydralurk. Yep, he's getting the second gas here. You don't need that much gas if you're just going 4-hatch Hydra. So, alright, so 4-hatch Hydralurk. This is a pretty wide angle for you to get a lot of Hydras in. Alright. Excuse me. Trying to sneak in a Zergling. I'm not sure what he was looking for, but he can still pretty fast. First Corsair already got a Overlord kill. He's going to scout out, but Bakyu has some Hydralisks up, so they'll be able to deter the Hydralisk. Bakyu, not quite as awesome as Technic. He did not go for the double Hydralisk Den, so he could get speed and range. But, nah, you only need one. It's fine. That's fine. Ooh. Gotung with the rather fast Templar Archive. Is he going to go for DTs? He is getting a DT, and then the High Templar immediately following that. Is Storm on the way? Storm's not on the way yet. Storm couldn't be done by now. Well, he knows the DT is out. DTs is going to be kind of hard for him to counter the Hydra Bust, and Overlord speed is almost done now. So the DTs won't be terribly effective, but the faster archives will, there's a Storm going, will be very effective for helping against the, will be very good for helping against the Hydralisk. Yes. Wow. Did not get that out. I'm trying to say that Storms are good versus Hydralisk. If you get Storms fast, you can defend against Hydralisk Bust. That was the point. Anyway, looks like speed's done for the Hydralisk. Range, I can't remember if he did. No, he did speed first, so I don't think range is done. I'm now getting a Spire behind that, just to help with some of the Corsairs. And there's a, oh jeez, there's a DT here. Oh, there are some Overlords. Okay, I did not see those, but DT picked up a couple drone kills. There were already some Zergling kills on that before, not 6. And I'm just gonna chase it up here. Not really gonna worry about it, I guess. Might come back. That's a lot of Corsairs. Is he getting +1? No, he's not getting +1. Ooh. If you're getting that many Corsairs, it's almost... Oh, he did get +1. That must have just finished, because I know when I looked at it the first time, it said 0. And then I clicked on it, and I came back, and it said 1. He's getting really aggressive with those, though. He's going to take out 3 Overlords, cost him 2 Corsairs, and here comes the DT right back in. Man, that was perfect timing, though, for that DT to come in. Oh, where's the Overlord? Oh, man, here's the closest Overlord. It's still a ways away. And the DT's just going to pull out after killing the drones. 2 more Overlords were hatching. Sneaky, sneaky stuff from Gotung. Meanwhile, again, the Robo. Probably for Obs. It'd be really weird if he's going for Reavers. Yeah. Ooh. Bakyu getting air armor. Air armor can sometimes really confuse your opponent. When your opponent just wants to have a critical number of Corsairs, just to be able to deal with the Scourge, and then you can throw them a curveball by getting the +1 armor. And then they need 1 or 2 more. I think it's just 1 more. Well, it depends. But they need more Corsairs, and they're not expecting to need more Corsairs. And sometimes really F them up. Anyway. Bakri finally took care of the DT over here, and he's starting to amass a pretty large number of Hydralisks. Is this going to be the number he goes in with? One Arcar morphing, he has 2 High Templar with 2 storms apiece. So 4 storms, man, it's going to be a pretty hard bust for Bakri to make with those Hydralisks. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Is he going, he's not going up to Hive either. Getting upgrades for the Hydralisks? Could he be waiting for those upgrades to finish before moving in? I'm not sure. In the meantime, he does have 6 hatcheries, 4 bases. Well, Protoss is going to move out, and if it's not careful, if Gotank's not careful, he could get surrounded pretty easily here. Storm goes down pretty even on damage to both players. And Bakri is just going to pull back. He doesn't want to try to micro against speed loss. There's still 3 storms left. And there are a lot of Hydralisks. The Protoss getting a little bit too spread out. One Overlord goes down. And Bakri's going to have to do some nice storm dodges here. That was not a nice storm dodge. That one was okay. And I think the Hydralisks coming up from the backside are going to be enough to kill off all the Protoss stuff. It looks like there's still 1 Templar left with no energy. Archon goes down. All the Zealots go down. Only 2 Corsairs left. The Templar will be killed as soon as he finishes up with the Zealots. And now Bakri is looking in a position that maybe he can make that bust. It's possible. 4 Zealots trying to do some damage. Bakri did not make any Sim Cities this game just because he knew he was going to have high Hydralisk numbers. So he does need to be careful about rogue patches of Zealots doing damage. But if Gotank loses all of his stuff in the middle of the map, he doesn't have anything back at his base to defend. So he needs to be really careful about how he uses these Zealots. Okay. Is Bakri still not on Hive? No, he's still not going for Hive. How close are these upgrades? Ooh, armor is almost done. Attack still has a little bit of a ways to go. And is gearing up to the point where, as soon as that attack finishes, he's going to have a very nice number of Hydralisks. And Gotank isn't going to have much. He's going to have Templars with about 1 storm each. 3 of them, assuming he doesn't make them into an Archon. If he made them into an Archon, that would be really bad. But man. Alright. Gotank's still trying to be annoying with the Corsairs, but only 2 of them. It's going to be pretty hard to take out Speed Overlords with this many Hydralisks on the field. Is he continuing to build a Corsairs? Nope. He's going to be done with the Corsair production. That's a very nice gateway placement. It's very pretty. Anyway, Bakri, you finally get some lurkers. That's good. I assume Gotank has his observatory. Yep. Indeed, he does. Nope. Not gonna get the Corsair. Well, +1 attack has finished. And looked like he droned a bit instead of just making Hydralisks. But he does have quite a few Hydralisks. These are more defensive ones, just because he knows he can set up a Sim City here. And once again, Gotank's going to go out for another attack. It's a pretty strong army, but it can be easily surrounded if he's not careful. How many observers are with it? There is 1 observer. Oh, a 2nd observer now. Good. I was going to say, Bakri, you could pretty easily snipe just 1 observer, but 2 makes it quite a bit harder. How many storms? 1 storm, 2 storm, 3 storms. Not quite 6. Still needs a little while before they each get that other storm, but he's not going to wait for it. He's just going to go. Big storms go down. Oh, that was a nice one there. This one hit just a lot of the Zealots. And Bakri's not attacking with his full force. He's pretty divided. He does scourge the observers though, so he's going to force Gotank to go back with just 1 lurker. There are more lurkers in the background, but it was really just that lurker that forced it. Is Bakri getting the next set of upgrades? Oh, he's getting the armor, but not weapons quite yet. He's keeping pretty low on his money. He just hasn't had the time for it yet. Yeah, actually both players are doing pretty good with their macro. Excuse me. Meanwhile, Gotank's going to try to expand to his 3rd, but that's going to be shut down by some Zerglings pretty quickly. Well, not quite. Just going to take out a cannon and the probe, but the Nexus was already built, so that will finish construction. Meanwhile, Bakri is still sitting on his 4 bases, and not... there we go. There's the Queen's Nest. So he'll be getting up to Hive in a little bit. But that's a pretty scary Protoss force. It's ahead by about 40 supply. It's pretty scary. How are we looking here? That base is almost mined out. That base is almost mined out. Gotunk is going to be on one base of mining pretty soon. Bakuryu, much better in the economics department. But if Gotunk either needs to set up another expo because he can't keep going off of one, or he needs to do a lot of damage with this push, and he definitely can. This is a very strong army, and Bakuryu's going to throw down a lot of Sunkens here. But without the Sim City, Gotunk can probably take this out. It's going to cost him a lot of units, but he can. Wow, that's a lot of lurkers. Well, storms go down, only hits one lurker. More storms go down, only hits one lurker. He'd probably be storming these ones. They'll regain life as soon as they hatch, but if you stormed it twice, you could kill 4 of them, because armor doesn't work against storms. Oh, but now Gotunk has to be really careful to not get surrounded by this army back here. And it looks like Bakuryu's just going in with pure lurkers. I'm not sure where the rest of his army went, but he now has them in the sandwich between his lurkers. And a lot of the units are going down. There's no safe place for the High Templar to stand in. There are a lot of lurkers that are just burrowing everywhere. Lurker to the right, lurker to the left, lurkers now on top of him. And it looks like Gotunk's going to lose his entire army, and he didn't set up an expo. Which means that, it's going to be really hard for him to get another one. Storm kill 4 drones, it looks like. Not very much. But this is all Gotunk has. This is out. This is essentially out. And against Zerg, you have to be really careful about taking expos, because it's very easy for Zerg to just pick off one if you're not defending it properly. Hive's done. The Filer Mound is coming up. And Bakuryu is looking in a pretty good position moving into the late stage of this game. 3 upgrades for Protoss, but Bakuryu's been getting upgrades of his own. 0-2, 1-2, and he's working on more. Yes, he is. Getting the +1 attack. Another hatchery, so he can make lots and lots of cracklings. Yeah. Gokunk's going to try to expand here, but Bakuryu sees it. He'll be able to snipe it with some cracklings in a little bit. Probably this group, in fact. Bakuryu has a nice spread of just like units around. There's a unit here, 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 a moving unit here, a unit here. Get some pretty good map vision with that. So, 162 compared to 134. The Gotunk does have a sizable army, but he's not going to be able to rebuild it if it's lost, so he needs to be really careful about it. This now is mined out. Probably not going to send his guys back up there. Probably going to just transfer him over here, because that Nexus should have a pretty good timing. But Gotunk can't attack with his big army, because he needs to try to defend this expo to stay competitive in the economic aspects. So if he moves his army out, then these cracklings will kill him. If he moves and attacks those cracklings, then these cracklings will kill him. And this is what I meant by it's really hard to take expos against Zerg, because you need to defend them properly, and this is what you need to do to defend them properly. Maybe not that heavy, but if you send half of it to defend, which is probably going to be enough, then half of it isn't enough to really move out. That's a lot of defilers. Looks like 4 total. Ooh, I heard a Templar get sniped. And this is what I'm talking about. He moved the army away, and boom! Getting attacked on the other side. That's a pretty strong defense. It looks like it is going to be enough. So, Bakuryu did not quite have enough cracklings to break through there. Alright. Well, Bakuryu is a lot of larva. Not quite doing that correctly. But, whatever. It's actually droning up pretty hard. Where's he trying to send them to? I'm not sure. Probably up here. But there are a lot of Protoss units in his way. Oh man, running through lurker fields. Bakuyu has them spread out pretty nicely. He's not going to throw down a swarm, but there's just too many zealots. They're going to eat a lot of damage on the way, but ooh, nice storm there. Takes out a good number of them, and another nice storm kills himself with it, but no, well, we'll see, man. We'll see. He needs to burrow these lurkers. Oh, that was a very nice storm. But not enough to kill any of them. Looks like he's going to send zealots over. They're going to finish them all off. And actually, Bakuyu doesn't have a lot of defenses here. He keeps throwing down swarms, but these swarms aren't doing very much versus all the storms and all of the zealots. But this might finally be enough. He's lost enough zealots. Not quite. The Nidus Canal goes down, and he's still just going to lose. He's still losing so many units. It's not quite enough. I don't think he's going to be able to hold this. There are two lurkers morphing, but that's not going to do it. And is Bakuyu's going to continue to try to defend this? He could try to go for a counter, either on this base or on this base. Not so much on that base. Will he be able to defend against this? It's going to be close. It depends on how many more Zerglings he can rally in here, I guess. But I think there's just enough stuff that he can't quite finish them all off. He needs to burrow that lurker. Oh, storms go down on the drones. And it looks like, yes, he will clear up this natural. He'll be able to easily clean up this base as well. But more cracklings incoming. More cracklings coming from the back. They don't quite... Oh, no, they make it to the swarm just as it goes away. That Archon is not going to finish in time, so I guess these cracklings are going to be able to save that hatchery, but a lot of stuff was lost in the process. He lost a lot of units and all the drones. Goton's rallying a lot more zealots. Ooh, you got the shield upgrade. Well, I guess he will still be able to clear that up with the extra zealot help. They are just distracting the Zerg, allowing him to take out this base. And Bakuyu's actually going to be reduced to just two bases. This one and this one, which is just being populated. Nice transfer timing. Oh. Apparently there's a little bit of a problem with his wall. Well, Bakuyu's going to lose the top side of the map. But at the same time, Protoss only has two bases, and this one's almost out. So it's going to be like two base versus one base, pretty much. I don't know, man. I don't know. I can see this going either way at this point. I think with these attacks, Gotung. Oh wow! I didn't realize how much of a supply lead Gotung has. 150 to 80. Man, this happens a lot when I'm passing Bakuyu games. I think Bakuyu's doing pretty well because he has a good number of bases and he has his tech and he has his upgrades. Then I look at the supply count and it's like, oh, Bakuyu's actually 80 supply behind. Oops. Because he's not doing so well. Well, he's going to be able to kill off what's left here. And he is going to finally stop the Protoss from attacking him, but pretty much everything's gone other than a couple extractors. And Protoss is now trying to expand here. Protoss gets up that expansion. I'm pretty sure that's going to put the nail in the coffin, especially if he gets the cannons and the proper defenses up here. I mean, if he can secure it, that's going to be it for Bakuyu. And Bakuyu's going to have a hard time dealing with it with only 74 supply. He has an Ultralisk Cavern, but not enough money to use it. That's an Ultralisk Ball game. And Protoss can continue to just throw units of the Zerg and eventually whittle him down. Bakuyu, you're doing so good, and then you weren't. Well, yeah, I think this base is dead. Plague goes down. An okay plague, I guess. Yeah, it's a pretty good plague. But not going to save that base. Lurkers are heading towards it. Actually, it's going to be... might be enough to save this base. I don't know, storming your own zealots doesn't help. Yeah, I guess it is going to be... I guess it is going to be enough to save that base. The natural is not as defended. He's not mining from there, but that's where all of his tech is, and a lot of his hatcheries, in fact. So he can't afford to just lose it to a ball of Archons. Storm goes down, only hits one lurker. Does he have an observer? There's the observer. And a Swarm goes down, but the lurker dies anyway to Swarm, and it looks like Bakiryu is going to lose his natural to a big ball of Archons. Oh, Bakiryu. 53 compared to 70, and going down. A lot more Cracklings coming out. He does have very nice upgrades for his Cracklings, but he hasn't been able to really support his Cracklings very well. And GG from Bakiryu. Gotenks is going to take it. Or he's going to take the first set at least. Alright. Okay. Game number 2. Bakiryu versus Gotenks. Thanks to the sponsor, Altitude Gaming. Alright. Once again, Bakiryu is white. Gotenks is blue. And the map is match point. Oh, get an extra place. Alright. I'm a fan of match point. It's a fun map. It lets you do some really fun stuff. It lets you do some cool strategies, but not completely ridiculous ones. And there's so much of army positioning on this map. In some other maps, the army positioning is important, but not horribly important. But games on this map are won and lost with the positioning. Okay. It will send me all of the replays. So, Bakiryu 12 something, and Gotenks. No, he threw a pylon down. Oh, he didn't scout behind the pylon. Interesting. It's not absolutely imperative to scout behind the pylon, but most players like to do it. Anyway, looks like Bakiryu wants to finish 12. Cool. That's cool. Now, reflecting back on last game, Bakiryu's old school 4-hatch wasn't looking too strong. I think there were a couple opportunities, but he played the 4-hatch so passively that when he had the opportunity to press his advantage, he just didn't. And eventually, he allowed the Protoss to kill him because he didn't have immaculate defense. So the Protoss was eventually just going to be able to finish off one of his Expos because he had to spread out his units so much. And because he wasn't constantly attacking the Protoss in retaliation, Protoss was able to get away with it. So, I think that's the issue. Anyway, first 6 slings are out. Just going to chase the probe. Looks like Gotenks went Nexus Cannon. Gateway goes here, I think. You can mine out these minerals and get stuff out. Or you could just kill the gateway too. That would work. I don't think this is tight though. This is tight, if I remember correctly. I think this is tight, but this is not tight. But you don't want it to be completely tight as a Protoss, because you want to be able to get out some speed lots earlier than you want to be able to get out goons. or slow logs for that matter. So you don't necessarily want it to be completely tight. In fact, you don't want it to be completely tight, not necessarily. Think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 links. Did I count that right? 1, 2. Ah, there's one at the front. I missed that one. Okay, so 10 links plus another 2 is a control group. Probably not going to be able to get through. Definitely not going to be able to get through. Apparently this isn't tight. I thought that was tight, but he's blocking with a probe, so no, it's not tight. And wow. Wow, run-bys are really good. See, this is why I think Zerg can run by against anything. This is just like, oh, run-bys are amazing. Zerg should run by every game. You're only sacrificing like 6 links, in this case 12. But the reward is so high for such a small risk. Oh man. I think Zerg should run by every game. Anyway, building a cannon, that pylon just barely powers it. So, the Zerglings are probably going to have to focus on that instead of the Nexus. Or could try to snipe some probes before it finishes. Either way. There's 2 more probes down, in addition to the ones that already died. And the cannon's going to finish, so no more harass there. Can the Zerglings come back? Not quite. Sale, I'm probably casting your game tomorrow, so stop spoiling it. Anyway, Bach, you get in the lair. Looks like he's going to go for the standard Spire timing this game. Anyway, wait, where'd the core go? Oh, there's the core. We built the core over here. I thought you hadn't rebuilt the core yet, but no. It looks like his Stargate and his Citadel are a little bit delayed, but not terribly. In fact, I don't think the Citadel is delayed at all. I think it's just the Stargate that's delayed. And Spire's on the way for Bakuryu. He'll be able to get out of the Scourge out a little bit faster, so it might save him an Overlord or 2. Nope, not going to be able to get a kill, it looks like. Bakuryu pulls 2 of them away, both with 1 hit. But the Delt's going to pursue. Nah, this Zergling should be able to catch it. Should be able to catch it. Should be able to catch it. Oh, well, they got him before he got to the Spire. So that's nice. He could... Gotrunk has to fear Bakuryu goes for a similar build he did last game, and he's putting the 4th hatchery in his main. It's definitely a possibility. Wait, oh. I tried to click on the Templar Archives, I clicked on the Citadel, and I was like, what? Double Citadel? I mean, that makes even less sense for the double Observatory. It's like, double Citadel, when you really want to make sure that you're able to rebuild your archives. But then if you're doing that, why would you put them next to each other? That would be really silly. Putting both your Citadels next to each other? You want to spread them out. You never want to lose the ability to make archives. Anyway. Hyplo Stand goes down. Corsair did not see it, but not exactly sneaky, so doesn't matter too much. Where's the Scourge? There's the Scourge. Looks like the Corsair's only going to get 1 kill and flee. I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to read the chat, but I think it's like... Seems like you guys are having a pretty serious conversation over there. I'm going to have to like scroll up to understand what you're talking about. But I can't do that. It's Aston. Anyway, Bakuryu, you can build 3 hatcheries here. Just so that he can mine more efficiently from this patch and this patch. Having insanely efficient mining. The GT's going to stop the mining pretty easily, though. That really does cut away from your mining efficiency. Get the actual 11 kills, huh? That's nice. Waiting for Gotenks Corsairs. There they are. Kind of weird how they weren't supporting the DT, but, I guess he's just really afraid of the Scourge? I don't know, he has enough. Is he waiting for +1, maybe? He's just waiting for +1 to finish before heading out again. Alright. I guess. Not taking a Scourge hit, though. That's good. That time he took a Scourge hit, though. So sad. Alright. Sorry about that. Getting a little bit distracted. Excuse me. Storm's on the way. He's finally now moving out with his Corsairs. He has +1. He has a... I think he might even have an extra one. Looks like he lost his Corsair there. Trying to figure out how many he has. Looks like... I think it's 6. Oh, it's definitely 6. Or it was 6 until the Hydra's killed one. So... I can't remember how many you need to kill Scourge all of a sudden. 6 times... He has... Man, I can't remember anymore. Forget it. He has enough to kill Scourge. That's what matters. That's all that matters. You can kill Scourge. Gotenks expanding to his mineral only. It's good. A lot of times when you expand your mineral only, you're looking to go for some serious speed lot aggression. Otherwise, you take either this space or this space if you didn't want to go for a lot of speed lots. So I would expect to see Gotenks attack with a bunch of speed lots in the semi-near future. Bakuyu, does he have lurkers yet? No, he's not. He doesn't have any lurkers. He's not quite getting it yet. Range is almost done. Alright. Well, now we're getting lurkers. I don't know what to say. I'm lost for words. Both players are doing nothing, really. I mean, Gotenks, like, poking around with some Corsairs, getting some kills, but not much. Sent out 1 DT and it died. Bakuyu is being Bakuyu and doing absolutely nothing. Because that's just what he does in every game. Well, he is doing a pretty good job taking out Overlords, which is good. Bakuyu almost supply blocked. His Lurker's almost done. Lurker's is pretty close to done. Bakuyu isn't saving up a ton of gas, so he can morph 1,000 at once, but he can get a couple. Looks like Gotenks finally going to push out with a with mostly speed lock, but also an Archon, a DT, and some High Templar. They should have 2 storms each. Ooh, not quite. 2 of them have 2 storms. 1 of them does not. I assume how long he's been saying is basically just all have 2 storms. Scourge flying over Archons. That's not good. Oh, there we go. First batch of lurkers, 5 on the way. Alright, well, attacking up a ramp is gonna be pretty hard. I think Bakuyu actually has a micro quite a bit to deal with this, even though he is on the top of the ramp. These lurkers are now done. He needs to burrow them immediately. He needs to burrow them. There we go. Now he's burrowing them. But they were pretty clumped up because of where the eggs were, and some storms take out 3 of them instantly. There are only 2 left. But it's going to be enough to push back Gotunk with extra Hydralisk reinforcements. So, pretty good. I mean, having him clumped up was bad, but he wasn't expecting engagement there, so it's kind of understandable why he didn't spread them out. They both have 5 kills each. Damn. That's a lot of kills. Well, and then we go back to just waiting. 4 base versus 3 base. Oh. Gotunk's gonna dare to try to make it a 4 base versus 4 base. That Zergling will have none of that. And control group of goons to take out the Zergling. +2 for Gotunk. Looks like he's getting the same upgrade schedule as he had last game. Bakuryu. Shit. He lost the spawning pool and the spire. Shit, man, where's the shuttle? Is that the shuttle? No. I don't think so. Maybe it was? I'm aggravated now. Anyway, Baku's at Hive, getting his Defile mount. Honestly, the drop really doesn't matter, because it's not like Gotunk's attacking. So, yeah, you can stop him from building Zerglings for a little while, so he'll just make some Hydralisks then. You're really not stopping him much. Although he does now have his stuff up here, so this isn't a much more vulnerable position. This is a common base to attack when your opponent has 4 bases stretched up like this. This is like the easiest one when you take his high pod and then just poke down. So if he loses his Zerglings after the in a push rather than a drop, that actually might come back to be relevant. But otherwise, no, it really doesn't matter that the drop happened. Looks like Baku's taking a 5th, but he doesn't have any units over there, so it'll survive as long as Gotunk doesn't know about it. Baku has a good position on the top of the ramp, but Gotunk just has so many more units than him, it's not going to matter. Pretty good storms and some pretty good storm dodges. Kind of cancel each other out. That's a lot. Yeah, Gotunk just has way too much stuff. There are a lot of Scourge here to try to snipe observers, so Gotunk won't be able to actually finish this off because of the 2 lurkers in the back. It's going to help him out a lot. But Baku's still going to lose pretty much everything. 130 supply compared to 90. And, well, actually, all these eggs are so injured that the Dragoons can actually kill them through the armor, which is funny. But Cracklings are going to save the rest of them. I didn't realize both of these players had such low APMs relative to how good they are. But I mean, like, Bakuryu's not even 170, Gotunk's just barely above 170. I mean, there are a lot of players that are a lot worse than them with higher APMs. It's kind of funny that both of these players with low APMs are playing each other. Anyway, Bakuryu's doing a lot of damage with the Cracklings. Because they're alone, they're not going to quite be able to polish it off. Does he have the 3 armor for the Cracklings? No, he only has 1 armor for the Cracklings. Oh, the Zelts are going to be able to shoot through them pretty easily, and the Zelts are going to attack once again over here. And once these eggs hatch, it should be able to clear them up. So, trying to reinforce, but he's reinforcing with just a lot of speed loss. Well, the new reinforcements are gonna be able to handle the Lings. There's a Siler on the way, but that's not really gonna help him. Baku has 6 hatcheries here. That's a lot. I mean, there's no reason not to have 6 hatcheries here. If you're going to build hatcheries, you might as well put them, like, in the position where you want your units to be the most often. But, this is the problem with putting 6 hatcheries here. You lose 6 hatcheries when it gets attacked. And, once at the end, the spawning pool is going to go down. Fire's probably going to go down. Plague goes down and hits 2 zealots, 2 hatcheries, and a larva, which actually morphs into a Hydralisk. I kind of hope that it gets punched and dies. That would be funny. And GG from Bakryu. Well, that game was interesting. Master. Oh right, so downloading replays. Oh, this is really gonna mess things up. I should probably just save these directly to the folder instead of saving them to my desktop and then dragging them in. Oh, but I can't do that. No, I have to save them to the desktop. Alright. 1 second. Alright. Alright. Move this over, move this over. New folder. All the replays into the new folder. Continue. Alright. So, browse into a new folder, and boom, got 4 more replays. I guess AOI is not sending me the ace match replays yet, just to show that there may or may not be an ace match. Don't know. But I'm going to assume they're supposed to go 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4. Alright. So, in this match we have Castro versus somebody who doesn't have mini launcher. Castro? Yep, Castro versus Bandits here. Two eyes, right? No, 2 A's. Oops. Alright. Castro is brown. Vanetier is teal. Now, Vanetier is Team Germany's 2v2 player. And I don't think he's been in the 1v1s yet. I think he's just been playing 2v2s every time. With some pretty good success. Him and Professor Protoss make a pretty good 2v2 team. And in the bottom position we have Castro, who is a very talented player who doesn't show up for Latin America's Clan Wars. I'm pretty sure this is the first time he's actually been in a Clan War. But good. I want to see some more talented people. Oh. Oops. Alright. So yet another PVZ on match point. Same positions for 4,000 reserve respectively. Caster going to go for a 12 pool as well. You know what? Come to think of it, last game. Ignoring drones, ignoring overlords. I don't think a single one of Baku's units crossed the halfway line. Oh, he had that one run by in the beginning. And he had one Zergling in that bottom corner. But, other than that... What? Why is Caster expanding here? I don't see a probe that was blocked. Oh, is that the probe that was blocking his expo? Did he just expand there so that because of the probe? I'm going to assume that it was there because of the probe, even though I didn't see the probe at the natural. Because otherwise that'd be way too weird. I wouldn't be able to explain it. Alright. Vanetier, complaining about the lag. Speed's not on the way because extractor's not done. Boom, getting the probe. Vanetier's wall. I don't know. I think it's gonna work out a little bit better. I don't know if this is tight because I thought the forge here was tight, and it turned out not to be. I don't know if a pylon's tight. And then he has 2 probes stacked here, but looks like Caster's not actually going to go for it, so we will never find out how good that wall was. Other than that, though, it looks like both players are doing the standard stuff. Vanetier's throwing down his cybernetics core. Will probably throw down Stargate Citadel after. Castro getting his lair. Probably throw down Spire, then Hydrogen after. Alright. +1 has just been started. That's good. For those who are new to Brood War and don't understand the importance of the +1, it's one of the most important upgrades, like weapons upgrades for any matchup. Because the difference between when Zealots have +1 versus no armored Zerglings, they kill them in 2 shots. They do 36 damage, Zerglings have 35 health, which is effectively 36, because they instantly regenerate 1 health as soon as they're hit. So it's effectively 36 health, does 36 damage, kills them in 1 shot. If you don't have +1, then take 3 hits, and the first two do 34, then the last one does an extra 16. But you only need to do 2 more damage. So you've effectively wasted like 14 damage worth of punch to take out that Zergling, and allowed that Zergling to attack you while it was alive. That difference of not having to do that extra punch makes such a big difference in a Zealot versus Zergling battles. The Zerg can counter that by getting the +1 armor, because the +1 armor will reduce the attack by 2. So it'll be back down to 34, and then Protoss needs to get +2 armor, or +2 weapons compared to the Zerg's +1 armor. And Protoss has an advantage as long as the attack is 1 ahead of the Zerg armor, and that's why Protoss is always get +1 versus Zerg, so that Zealot can beat Zerglings. To a lesser extent, though. If you have +3 Archons, they will one-shot Zerglings no matter what. If you have +2 Archons, they one-shot Zerglings depending on the Zergling's armor. I think let's see, it's 36 damage. They do 36 damage. So the Zerglings need +2. If the Zerglings have +2 compared to the Archon +2, or +3 armor to +2, then the Archon won't one-shot. But the Zealots is much more important than the Archons. Oh, speed finished. +1, not quite done yet. Oh, there we go. He gets the timing perfectly. There are Mutalisks up top, but they won't do that much damage to the Zealots. They're going to be able to power through those Zerglings. And where are they going to go for their target? There are a lot of Mutalisks out for Castro. So I'm not sure how much damage they're going to be able to do. They're going to focus on the Sunkens. I don't think I like this decision, just because you're going to take so much damage from the Mutalisks while you take out the Sunkens, and the Sunkens are not very high priority targets. And yeah, he's going to not even take out the other Sunken. But he sacrificed all the Zealots to do so. I think he could have done something different with the Zealots instead of attacking the Sunken. Going for the drones, maybe. Going for scouting. Just retreating straight up. But, nope. He went for the Sunkens. He did kill one. But the Mutalisks killed the rest of the Zealots. The Zealots do not damage the Mutalisks at all. The Zealots cannot punch air. And now he's going to have to worry about a little bit of a Mutalisk problem in his back. Oh, I just assumed Vanetier got the Stargate, but no, he's on Corsairless this game. So Castro made a good read or a good decision by going with Mutalisks, because Vanetier has Archons to really deal with it. But as long as Castro has some good Mutalisk micro, he can do lots and lots of damage without taking too many hits from the Archon. Anyway, units are going to continue to micro. They can't snipe the DT because it is invisible. And that was close. He's actually going to spread out his Mutalisks a little bit and actually attack the Archon. Loses one Mutalisk, loses two Mutalisks, uses three Mutalisks to take out the Archon. That's an okay trade. I bet he didn't think he'd lose three, and now he's going to have to pull back, because a lot of these Mutalisks are injured. Very heavily so. So he can't afford to try to do that trick again. Meanwhile, though, he is taking a fourth. Is he trying to set up a fifth? Yes, he's double expanding. Taking a fourth and a fifth at the same time. What upgrades does he have behind this? He has Lurkers done. No weapons upgrades at all. No Evo Chamber. Interesting. Castro has none of those upgrades. Meanwhile, Vanetier getting his +2. Yep, getting halfway through his +2. And well, it's 5, not quite 5 base, but 4 base, soon to be 5 base. Zerg versus 2 base Protoss, who hasn't even looked at his expo. So yeah. And now Caster's setting up a Lurker contain? I think Vanetier has some issues. He doesn't now have an Observer out, so he can break only through Lurkers, but he doesn't really want to have to. Meanwhile, DT scouts the hatchery, gets pretty far through it, but not quite enough. So this will be Castro's 5th base up, and Vanetier hasn't even poked out of his main. Oh, hey, he does have double Evo chambers now. He's just started the upgrades, so I don't think I missed him, but he just built them really late. Anyway, Vanetier now attacking with an okay-sized force, not really that much. He's behind the Zerg by 10 supply, which is pretty bad for this matchup. Apparently everybody's talking about Lost Temple. Lost Temple is where I learned how to play StarCraft, because I didn't know where to get the Kestrel maps, and Lost Temple was the only map that I recognized as like, yes, this is a real map, as opposed to like all the Blizzard maps. But Lost Temple was like the one Blizzard map that was actually a map. So yeah, I learned how to play StarCraft on Lost Temple. Don't make fun of it. That's still not a very big force for Bandit here. Not compared to that. And going uphill. I mean, Bandit here does need to attack so he can cover this Expo, but man. $128 compared to $144. They're exactly starting to run away with a supply lead. Well, it's not that surprising considering it's 5 base to 2. And this base is pretty heavily defended. Hyde is finally up. Not getting cracked, or he already got it. But I didn't see any Hyde structures. But Benji's going to attack from the other side. I'm not sure why attacking up this direction is better than attacking up the other direction. Ooh, Storm Goo down to kill all the Mutaliks. Very nice. And Crack just started. He's getting through it. He's actually starting to push through this. Castro really didn't attack with his units. He just kind of let them engage as they willed. And Vanishir's going to come out of this with a lot of Dragoons. So Castro can continue rallying units. I assume that he'll just continue to send in Crackling until the Dragoons eventually die. But still, I think he could have won that battle if he had all of his units in the right position to begin. Meanwhile, Vanatier will be able to take out Castro's force, so that's good. Well, the dudes are in a pretty good position to defend against Hydralisk coming up from the low ground. They're all being funneled at the top. It's eventually going to break down just by attrition, but a lot of units for Castro die. And 107 compared to 84. Castro went from a 30 supply lead to a 20 supply deficit. No, that's a 30 supply deficit. Castro swung way to the other side of this. Yeah, Castro did not manage that situation very well at all. Part of the problem is he has no upgrades, but I don't think you can blame it that much on the upgrades. Anyway, Ultralisk and Defiler Mound both down. He has a lot of bases, so he can support both of those. I like the decision to do that, especially with Vanatier not having another gas expo. This is not really mining. Ultralisk can be really effective against just massive waves of speed locks. And speed locks that are only +2 at the moment. Oh, as I say that, he gets +3. So, they're still going to be good, though. Do you have upgrades for him? I didn't see any upgrades for either one. Okay, there's the Defiler. Hydra's going to run away. Alright. Everybody's talking about G5. Does anybody actually know how good G5 is? Because I mean, I know how good he used to be, but I haven't seen him in like 12 months. Has anybody seen him recently? Alright. Well, Castro's now going to go for an attack of his own. He doesn't actually have a lot of stuff, though. So, he might be able to get some ground, but probably can't get very far. And he definitely doesn't have enough... Well, I don't know. He might have enough stuff to take out this base, because they're going to just cannons, and there is a Defiler, as long as it isn't killed instantly. Nope. I think that he's going to be able to clear out this base. Well, no. Vance's going to... Vance's going to send guys down. He's going to save it, but he's going to be able to do some significant damage before the units get there. Not quite enough to kill the Nexus, though. So, Castor's army didn't really work out, or Castor's attack didn't really work out. It's a 150 supply compared to 123. Zerg's still behind 30. And Castor's going to try to take another base. Wait, what's going on? I don't know what's going on. Apparently, people are now talking about Joe Kim's song about G5. I listened to it. It was pretty good. Well, that's a perfect example of like something I heard and I was like, huh, that's pretty catchy. And then I found out like 3 months later that it's actually just a song about the G6 or something. I had never heard the song before, so I don't actually know how it goes, but I didn't realize it was just a parody. And it's like, oh, that's interesting. I like the G5 version more. Anyway, yeah, he does it correct. Well, Castor's just going to attack with some of his wings and not all of them. He's not going to put down swarm support. But, man, what is Castor doing with his army control? It's like the second time this has happened. Oh, he's still going to win, but he's not attacking with his entire force at once. Anyway, Castor's looking pretty fearsome with his Ultra Defiler Ling. 140, he's still behind 16 supply, but it's not that big of a deal. Vance's on 2 mining bases, trying to set up another one here. And Castro, that one's almost gone, that one's almost gone, that one still has a ways to go, and that one still has a ways to go, so Castro will be soon on 2 mining bases, and he doesn't really have another place to expand to other than this. I love it when not Zerg, but when players do that, they just like send a force and then a drone behind it because they assume they're going to kill everything, and then the drone arrives and finds out, oh, you didn't all die? Are you sure you didn't just want to all die? And it's like, nope, alright then, and then it gets killed. Oh, looks like Zerg is going to be able to take out the space eventually. And I'm probably trying to expand them themselves, because there's not really another place on the map to expand to. Literally every other expo is taken. Getting armor upgrades. 3-1 it looks like. Oh. That's a lot of DPs. Like 7? I guess it was a last-ditch effort of, I hope he doesn't have an Overlord nearby. Oh, he did? Oh, well. 160 compared to 146. Castro finally retook his supply lead. Ooh, nice play goes down. It's a lot of things. Is there another Overlord? Yeah, there's another Overlord device. It's okay if that one dies. That defiler is trapped. And now he's down. Castro's going to be pushed back to the Expo. He probably should. He's probably going to try to defend it here just because he doesn't want to lose it. And now he has reinforcements coming from behind. Good stuff. Well, there's a Protoss attack once again. This base and this base still have a good amount of minerals, so Vantier doesn't have to worry in that regard, but I mean, he's just making no progress against the Zerg, who has the entire rest of the map. How are the upgrades done? 3-0. 3-3. Okay. I got the important ones. Protoss, 3-1. Soon to be 3-2. I would say something if I could, but neither player really just wants to make progress, so it's just going to be two players kind of staring at each other. I mean, eventually Protoss are going to lose the staring contest, but I don't know. I don't know how long Protoss wants to draw this thing out. I mean, if Castro didn't flub that defense at the high ground like 15 minutes ago, or 10 minutes ago, he could have won the game right there, but he really messed it up, and then he put it something like even footing, and eventually worked his way back. But there we go, and your GG's. And wow, let me think. The first game was what was in the first game? It was LML. Okay, so LML won the first game. And since then, Germany has lost 5 in a row. It's not good, Germany. And you already used one of your better players with Bakker. You your star. Germany doesn't have a lot of really like marquee players left, so we'll see, man. Oh, whoops, that's not the one I want. I would like 2 without the stuff on the back. Alright. Alright. Start the game. Alright. Castro's the orange Zerg. Manatier, purple Protoss. Map is Eye of the Storm. Well, seeing that both players adopt the let's sit back and chill mentality of StarCraft, a 4-player map will probably help out Castro more with that, because it's easier to sit back and chill on bases when you can just take the natural. Match point makes it a little bit harder to do because it's kind of hard to defend all your bases, but clearly not impossible as we thought last game. Alright, Castro with the 12-something, and Vantier's going to get the scout off for getting the scout in first position. Water's good. Hello. Alright. So, Didn't mean to click on that. Well, Castro went for the 12 pool. Guns look pretty fast expo. A nice economy going. That's what he did last game. Vanetier setting up for a pretty good wall. This map is easier to wall on. Although, on the other PvZ who found this map put the cannon here and they put the cannon here. So I thought it was kind of weird. Or, no, cannon here and cannon here, which I didn't think was so good. I think you just put cannon here, and then gateway here. I think that'd be better. Anyway, we'll see what Vanetier does. And Castro's not going to attack with his first wings. Looks like he just wants to make sure that the probe does not get away. Gets it. And is that going to be enough? Oh no, we saw Gotok try to block like that in his game versus Bakuyu, and it did not work out for him well. Only one cannon. It's not like we're waiting for another one to morph. We'll see, man. I think Castro can get through. I think he can do it. I think he'll probably kill the probes and then still get through. But no. Not going to try. Ace player for Latin America, kind of debatable. He's one of the better ones. I don't know, Jessica's pretty good, but he never shows up either. So, I don't know if he's going to be here now. White's not bad. So, Castro might be the best when he's in a little bit better condition than he is today. So, Castro expos. He's going to do the standard stuff with the lair and the spire and whatnot. Vanetier, let's see if he goes without Corsairs again. Nope. He's throwing down the Stargate. So, we'll see some Corsairs from him this game. Looks good. Well, Castro's going to lose first Overlord. It's fine. Vanetier's continuing to do normal stuff as he cleared down the Citadel. Castro expires, about halfway done. I forgot about Terror, too. Terror is right around that skill level as well, in terms of Latin American Ace players. Honestly, I'd probably take Terror, just because he's the most active right now. But I'm not the Latin American captain. For a good reason. Mostly because I'm not Latin American. Anyway, let's see a run by Castro. That was a pretty good run by. Congratulations. And Vanetier has no Zealots. His Zealots are on the other side of the map. Okay. So, yeah. Vanetier's going to lose a lot of probes. Actually, not that many probes. Considering. And now Vanutu's going to have a chance to do a little bit of damage on his own. I mean, he's not going to do as much damage as that many Zerglings, but actually he might do as much damage as those Zerglings did, just at a slower pace. That Sunken Colony is going to go down. He already killed a couple drones, killed a couple Zerglings. He actually might be able to take out this base with just 2 Zealots and a Dragoon. That'd be rather remarkable. No, Zerglings are come in that are going to finish him off. Speed does finish with the Zealots, but it's not going to matter when they're pinned against the wall. He did some okay damage with that. So, well, Vantir has enough Zealots now to defend against or run by. Up to 7. Probably, I don't know if he's able to push out. I guess he could probably take out this. Yeah, he can take on the Zerglings if he wanted to. What is Castro going for behind this? A lot of drones. And a single Mutalisk. No, this is the second one. Alright, 3 Mutalisks. 4 Mutalisks? Nope. 3 Mutalisks. So, pretty fast archives from Vantir. Gonna go for Storm first. Is he getting a Dark Templar? Once again. Or, no, he didn't get Dark Templar last time. And he's not going for one this game. That's a lot of speed locks. Probably enough to do some significant damage to the base. Not really a good Sim City. And they're going to go for this base instead, but this is where all the Mutalisks are. I think they're going to run into the same problem he had last game. Of he's going to get killed by Mutalisks. And he's once again going for the Sunken Colonies. Although this time he's going to be more successful, but still, I don't think he's actually going to be able to take out much that matters. He's getting some kills up there. He's able to kill a couple of drones, not too many, before the Mutants are able to kill this. Is he going to snipe the hatchery? No, he's not going to snipe the hatchery. He could have focused it down if he wanted it, but no, he gets some drone kills up in the main, not that big of a number. I don't know, it's pretty much a wash. Wasn't an active attack, but did something. Oh, now starting to get Dark Templar. Just one? Nope, getting 2. No, he built a Stargate, but I haven't actually seen any Corsairs out of Vantir. Did he once again go for Corsairless Protoss? And once again, he's going to go for Corsairless Protoss, and once again, he's supposed to go Mutalisk. Interesting. Well, 2 Dark Templar out. Is Overlord speed done? I'm looking for an Overlord to check its speed. It's kind of hard to tell when they're not moving. But they're certainly not going to be able to do anything there. They don't have speed yet. Alright. Might have a little bit more... No, still won't have success on there because he doesn't have any Corsairs. Oh, there go 2 DTs. And there's no defenses in the main, so he might be able to do something here. Depends on how long it takes him to get units back to defend. He just hit his DT! Oh man. These must be like Russian DTs. Oh. And I say that because in World War II, when the Russians were pretty much wrapped everything up on the Eastern Front and they were taking Berlin, there were 3 Russian generals who were in charge of taking Berlin capital. And Joseph Stalin said, "Yo, whoever the general who actually captures the Capitol building, you're going to attack from 3 different sides. Whoever gets to the Capitol building first, I'm going to make a super awesome general person, or I'm going to give you a high 5 or something." He was just going to something good was going to happen to the guy who got to the Capitol first. So the 3 Russian generals didn't work with each other at all, and in fact, the Russian general started firing artillery at the other Russian general soldiers to try to slow them down from getting to the capital. So that's what was going on there. The DP was killing the other DT to try to get all the glory of the kills. Didn't really work out there because all the drones were running away. And this base is going to go down. Two goons not going to be able to deal with that many mutalisks. That's like a lot of mutalisks. Still not making Corsairs, though. I mean, he probably shouldn't make Corsairs just because he's not going to be able to get really big numbers out of them for a really long time. But if I was in position, I'd just have a knee-jerk reaction to make Corsairs, because Corsairs counter mutalisks. Alright, well, that's a lot of mutalisks. It's actually oh, Castro. Don't let a storm hit all your mutalisks and kill half of them. That's not good. He does need to pull back, but if he had kept those extra 6 mutalisks, he could have done some really good damage. He already forced Baron Gear to make 3 cannons at each base. And once again, we're in the situation of 4 base Zerg versus 2 base Protoss. Great. Castro's being a little bit more aggressive this game at least, but alright. He doesn't have too many mutalisks anymore, and they're all pretty damaged. The Goons are going to be able to clean them up, and the Hydralisks is going to get cleaned up just about as fast. Feedlots are good against Hydralisks, especially when they're not being microed. It's good. 108 going to 113, pretty even supply, so advantage for the Zerg. Zerg are going to try to take a 5th base. Interesting location for the 5th base. You could have taken the mirror one on the other side, and a lot of Zerg like to try to expand away from the Protoss just to make it harder for the Protoss to attack, but by building it here, you can rally in guys faster. Or you can get your guys to the Protoss's front faster, is what I meant to say. So, should be good. Well, there is one Templar. He has one Storm and needs to make it count. That did not make it count. Is going to be pretty close, but I think that with the Sunken Colonies and reinforcements, the Zerg is just going to barely be able to take it. Although some nice storms are going down now. Well, actually, I didn't realize there was another Templar with 2 more storms that did a lot of damage. So, looks like Castro's going to lose the Natural at the very least. Where are the reinforcements? He has a lot of Zerglings coming in. There is no Crack done. He's getting a Queen's Nest, so he's certainly quite a ways away from Crack. Zerglings are going to be able to do something, but not that much. They don't have amazing upgrades or anything. And Zealots are... Castro's mouse is very bad. Is that code for GG? Because he's actually in a really bad position here. Apparently my mouse is bad as code for GG. Antier breaks the 5-game losing streak of Team Germany. Yeah! Vantier might be able to seal the deal and pull back-to-back upsets. Well, Goten Bakuryu isn't that much of an upset. Vantier over Castro would be certainly an upset. Alright, game number 3. Alright. Castro is brown. Vanatier is teal. And the map is Neo Bloody Ridge. We hope it's Neo Bloody Ridge. The last time we played I cast a game on this, somebody did not host the right version of the map. So I meant to ask Awa about if that screws up the results of Russia versus Eastern Europe if they did it on old Bloody Ridge and not new Bloody Ridge. But I can't tell yet. Actually, yes, this is the new one, because in the old one, this bit of wall was not here, and it was a pretty big gap. But now this bit of wall is here, so it's a small gap, which means it's new. Thank you, LML, for teaching me that. I just knew to look by the Center Expo. Yeah, there's Bloody Ridge, and then there's New Bloody Ridge. And the New Bloody Ridge has smaller gaps here, as I said before, and decrease the center thing. Because before, you can kind of like put one hatchery here, and it's essentially going to cover both expos. But before it was like you put one hatchery here and one hatchery here, and it was straight up 2 expos. It doesn't make a really big difference, but I assume at the super high pro levels there was enough balance change to change this choke size and space out the mountains a little bit differently in the middle. Alright. Vanto's going to put his up pretty far forward. By putting it far forward, you do get the choke, but a lot of times Protoss will build it far back anyway, so that the cannons cover a little bit more back here. And Cash's got Mutalisk all 3 games, so there would be a reason to build it more back here. But, nope. Ooh. Castro with the off-place hatch. Interesting. He could have just chose to build the hatch up here, which I'm kind of surprised he just didn't. It doesn't make a big difference if he's planning on expanding here next anyway. I mean, the difference in mining time is pretty minimal, especially for Zerg, who doesn't saturate the bases completely anyway. But most Zergs just choose to expand at the extra rather than place it off. Oh. I did not know my probe was Vanetier. Alright. I mean, no way of verifying that, but sure. Why not believe him? I don't know whether walls are tight or not. I mean, I know this is not tight, I know this is tight. It would appear that that is not tight. And that cannon's gonna go down. And there's a dog barking. I don't know if you can hear that. And Pylon's gonna be killed before a Zealot can get out. Oh, jeez. Run-bys are good! Oh, man, that Oh, okay, good. He left it with 1 hit left and then came back and finished it off. Now he can't get that Zealot out. He's pulling all of his probes. Trying to throw down another Pylon. He can't even put cannons there if he wanted to. Cancels the Nexus as soon as it finishes. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to throw down a cannon unless your forge is powered. So, yeah, Vanetier's not looking so hot. Castro put more lings in there. The gate was going to go down before the Zealot finishes. Is that all the pros for Vanetier? Might have been. GG. Can't tell. It's all black. Alright. 3-0. Team Latin America. Good stuff. So, moving into set number 4 between Germany and Latin America. Latin America only needs to win 1 more. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. And Latin America only needs to win 1 more to seal the deal and take a win over Germany, who has been very strong this season overall. If Latin America wins this, Latin America's in a really good position to take the playoff spot. But otherwise, is going to be a bit of a dogfight with Western Europe. I think they played it last week. So it's going to come down to that. Right. So we have white from Latin America. No! Shit! God damn it, I hate you, white. Why is it that every time I cast you, your opponent is white? Look at that. Cole is white. White is green. Oh, I hate that so much. Fuck you, white. It's worse than violet, because violet I can say violet and purple. Fuck. I think we need to file a rule that you're not allowed to be named colors. I think that is a good rule. I like it. I don't know if AWA's still in chat, but Game's still in chat. So, Game, make it a new rule. The next thing you can have influence over. That's rule number, 50. You have so many rules. You can throw it on there. Nobody will notice. And then I can be like, ha! I don't have to call you white. I don't have to show you any respect at all. I'm going to call you Mr. Magoo. But no. I have to instruct his name, because it's not against the rules. But god damn it, every time I cast white. Oh, I even mixed up the... Oops. Cole... Oh, I just typed white twice. I was so furious about white, I just was not paying attention. Great. Cole is white. White is green. Okay. Alright, yeah. So... Somehow I'm not surprised to see Cole on this map. This map is really good for 2-hash Mutalisk. Cole is really good at 2-hash Mutalisk. It's like a match made in heaven. Unfortunately, 2-hash Mutalisk doesn't work as well against Protoss as it does versus Zerg and Terran, but, you know what? Do it anyway, man. Go for it. You're saying Cole White Blanco, but which white? Because, I mean, his name's white. It's just a name. It doesn't have a definition, so I can't change it to a different language. But at the same time, white is Spanish, so it would make more sense if his name was Blanco. So it's still fucked up. Oh, I hate this guy. I think I've told him this, too. He's been in chat. And he was like, oh, hi, I just want to watch my games. I love StarCraft. You all seem like great people. And I was like, fuck you! You son of a bitch. Alright. Well, White's going to pull a lot of probes. Alright, he's probably going to be enough to stop the run by, even though this isn't tight. But the Zerg's probably going to take long enough to get through there that it doesn't really matter. I think this should be good. I can't ally people in replays. So, sorry. That does not work. Cole is expanding up here. This is like the closest third on this map. So, that's a normal expo. If you are not familiar with this map. Like, I'm pretty much not familiar with the map. White pulled a lot of probes. Something's wrong with your wall if you need to pull that many probes. Couldn't you put, like, the forge here, and then gateway down, and then only have 2 probes? Just, like, shift it all forward a little bit. Like, should just, like, pick up everything in that wall and move it forward 3 hexes and down 3 hexes. Anyway. Apparently that cannon was the difference, though, because, like, as soon as that cannon's built, he can pull back 6 probes. I don't know what it is about that cannon that makes it 6 probes more secure, but, I'm okay with it. Whatever. It's not like Cole's adding to it, so he'll probably be fine. There's only 7 lanes. Yeah, that's 7. I heard a shot. But it doesn't look like he's pushing it. It's fine, man. Cole's getting his lair. I hope he goes for Mutalisk. Mutalisks are really good on this map because of this and the short flight distance. Combination of those things make Mutalisks way too powerful. Playing against Zerg would be so much easier if Mutalisks were big and not small. I guess not for Protoss. Actually, now that I think about it, not for Protoss or Zerg, really. I guess it would just really change ZVT if Mutalisks were big. Because then you would need half as many missile turrets. Anyway, White's doing standard stuff. Behind his 3 cannons. Stargate and Citadel. Cole is... yeah, Cole's going for a Spire. It doesn't... he's saving up a lot of gas, but not a lot of minerals. I can't tell if he's going to go Mutalisk behind this. He's not saving up Larva either. So it's kind of ambiguous whether he's going to go for Mutalisk or Scourge. Nope, just going for Scourge. Looks like he's going to play a standard style of ZVP. Alright. White there's an extra cannon. He hasn't scouted his opponent. If he did, he would see that there's no Mutalisk, so that's a little bit more cautious than he needs to be, but whatever, one cannon's not gonna make a difference. White's gonna... well, not mark that Corsair at all. Alright. Is that more Scourge? I'm looking for more Scourge from Cole. But I don't see any. The next Corsair is out. I want to see if White actually tries to save this one. But no, it looks like he won't get the opportunity to save it. White, faster Templar Archives, is he getting DTs? He's not making anything out of his gateway. Interesting. Now Cole's going Mutalisks. Here come the Mutalisks. He has about 10. So 2 cannons in the back will help. Might not be enough. Probably will be with the Corsair support. But Cole's gonna be able to pick off a lot of hanging stuff. I didn't realize how many cannons White threw down. I think somebody's a little intimidated by Cole. Because he's just he isn't even scouting Cole, and he's just throwing out cannons. Anyway, let's see what Cole can do with his Mutalisks. He can range the Assimilator. He can range these gateways. He can snipe Templar that are trying to get from these gateways to the natural, but not really much else. Why? Oh, that's why I couldn't find where it was. They're taking out the back. I don't know why you take out the back. I mean, Cole still can't get in there because you need to destroy this temple, but I'm not sure what he's planning on doing over in this general area. Anyway, for those who missed my rant last time, This is the one new map that I straight up don't like, because I think that Zord's too good on it, and because there's too much destructible crap. There's just like, I mean, there's this destructible that leads to this destructible. There's this destructible. There is a destructible in this blackness. There's a destructible in this blackness. There's like 10. There's a lot of destructible stuff on this map. And it's like, alright, destructible stuff is cool when you only use like one of it. Or like a Medusa where each base has one. You know what I'm talking about? But when you start just throwing them everywhere, it's like, come on, really? Anyway. Cole really hasn't done much with his Mutalisk so far. Nice Scourge cloning, gets two Corsairs. Good stuff. Cole is once again expanding behind this. So he's going to be up on 4 bases compared to 2, and White doesn't seem like he's going to push out anytime soon. Actually, this is looking really similar to what Castro was doing in the last series. I mean, the difference is that White's getting Corsairs, which will definitely help versus Mutalisk. Cole doing some nice splitting with his Zerglings. If you notice on the minimap, there's just like one scattered about in a bunch of different places, so he's going to see exactly in what direction the Protoss is moving. You can also see Corsairs flying overhead if he wants to try to go for snipes. A lot of good stuff. I'm making some lurkers. Good. Alright. Really? Not only do you have like you had like 5 Corsairs with +1 and an Archon. Ah, jeez. White with some best like Docers right there. I don't think there's an expo back here. No, there is. Yeah, there is. So Cole has one more expo before he takes everything on his half of the map. Not sure why the Protoss is going down there, but Cole's going to be able to put lurkers on a bridge. Lurkers on a bridge are good. Seriously, why did he put his army here? To defend this expo? Is he going to try to break the temples? I don't know. Apparently his units are confused as to whether they can get through there or not. Anyway, Cole's going to go for an attack because that army's completely out of position, and he's going to have to run through lurkers to get back to defend. But it looks like some good enough storms, I assume they're storms, are going to hold back Cole for the time being. And, man, White's not looking good at all this game. I mean, he's now running over here to take out this base. He finally figured out he can't slip through the temple, but man, Cole's going in for the attack once again, and there are a lot of Hydralisks there, and no storms. Oh, there's one Templar that has one storm. Well, he's gonna hold back Cole once again, but White's gonna lose his expo. How close is he to being mined out? He's getting pretty close in his main. And Cole's still on a solid 3 bases. Cole's gonna continue to try to bust this. There is a Templar in a perfect position for storms. That was a very nice storm. He needs to burrow the lurkers. Okay. He apparently A-moved with a control group, and one of the units of the control group was a lurker, so it just tried to run there. Well, looks like he's morphing a bunch more lurkers. He just set up a container. Good. Although, lurker container not going to work out so well for him on this map in particular, because there is this back door. But lurker containers are good no matter what. Looks like a bunch of not cracklings. Looks like a bunch of lings are going to run into a very healthy pile of zealots. Looks like some lurkers on the back are going to help out a lot in that. And clear out White's presence in the middle of the map. White is once again reduced to being just in his natural. When these lurkers are done, they should really be getting into a better position to try to slow this down. White still with very few Templar overall. He has 2 right now, only one with a Storm. And it looks like Cole is just going to continue to attack the front until White eventually yields, and it seems like it's going to work because White really has to expand at this point to stay competitive. He's just about mined out in his main now. Yeah, he's got 200 a patch. Some of them less. That was a weird feeling. Well, indeed. I don't know what White can do to really deal with this now. Cole's up the Ultralisks. And White hasn't left his natural. I mean, he's starting to, but he's just moving so slowly that he really can't get anywhere. Not enough to attack Cole in any meaningful way, not enough to secure a base even. I don't know what's going on in this battle. I don't know why the Protoss is just like sitting here and allowing the Zerg to come to him over and over again. These Lurkers are doing a lot of damage in the back. And now Ultralisks come, and that's going to shut down pretty much anything White can do. Okay. So White is eventually going to break out. 118 supply compared to only 80 for Cole, interestingly. But White won't be able to keep that supply up very long now that this is completely mined out. And even this is mining. Ooh, that's a lot closer to being mined out than I thought it was. I mean, if White doesn't establish this base, like, right now, well, he does have 2k minerals, so he can hold for a little while, I guess. It's 20 more zealots. But he really does need to make this expo pretty much immediately. I don't see the probe coming down to make it. Oh, does he not realize he's about to run out of money? I'm not sure what White's thinking, but yeah, that patch just ran out, and these patches, there's a single patch, no, 2 patches that have more than 100. There we go. There's the probe. I don't know how it snuck out. But, yeah. Did he destroy that? No, he didn't destroy that temple. Oh, here comes Cole for another attack. And there are a lot of Ultralisks in this army. I guess surprised Cole hasn't expanded more. He's just been on 3 bases the entire game after losing the 4th. Never bothered to reclaim one. He is at the top now, but... Old Protoss is going to chase him away once again, and it looks like White might just be able to set up this base. And just in the nick of time, really. Because he's pretty much out here. Well... I don't know. Even with White setting up this base, I think that Cole can whittle him away. I don't think that White really has the production to keep up here, and because he's no longer supported by all this Sin City and all these cannons. If Cole just keeps attacking this army, it'll slowly wind down until he can finally just take out that expo, and then White will be out of money. Ooh, White spent all his money because he's still not mining. He hasn't transferred any of his probes over. Oh, now he has. But, that is what's wrong. He can't transfer probes. Alright, well, he really needs to figure that out, because he's not making any more money. He's stuck at 300. I mean, he's doing some good things over here with some DTs. Oh, Cole, now moving some Overlords into position. Still haven't figured out he can't transfer probes over. Not transferring those probes over. Alright. Cole's equalized supply. He spent 200 minerals. He only has 100 left, so if he builds anything other than a Zealot, he knows he's out. Nope. Oh, man, he transferred the other ones into the loop. Oh, he figured it out, though. Okay, he figured out something was wrong, and he sent his probes to mine here so that all of his probes can get out. Good. White figured out how to get money again. He can continue playing. Cole took his fourth a while ago. He's put a couple Sunken Colleges there. More importantly, the ninth now. Looking for the exit for that. Looking for the exit for that. He didn't build an exit for that. It's just standalone Nidus now. Okay. Did he really not build an exit for that? Or I'm just missing it? Alright, man. I guess he just didn't build another... He really doesn't need it. It's not like White's attacking him anytime this game. Ever. Man, dude. Protoss today is having a habit of doing nothing. It doesn't work too well. When you do nothing, Zerg expands a lot. You need to play like the soft way. You just kill him. And kill him again. Cole with full upgrades. White with 3-0. 144 to 146. So still pretty even supply, but Cole has... Well, that one's pretty much gone. That one's soon to be gone. That one's actually soon to be gone too. Cole needs to expand himself. And so he is. Cole's on kind of 2-ish bases if you kind of add all of his other bases together. Man, that's a lot of Ultralisks. 3-5 Ultralisks. I don't even think I can count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Alright, well, here comes the attack. There's a Reaver in the background. There are a lot of Dark Templar, but Cole brought a lot of Overlords. He's not going to try to snipe the Overlords. There are just too many of them. And the Ultralisks are just going to completely run over White. Like, not even close. Well, I guess he really didn't need to whittle away the force that was sitting outside of White's third. He could just build a lot of Ultralisks and kill it eventually. And now Cole can go and attack this. Cole should... There we go. No. Cole should just attack this. I'm not sure what he's doing. He's trying, like, deciding what he wants to attack. He's gearing up for an attack on this. If he takes out this, White will have no money. White does not have a super high bank anymore. He is like less than 100. So yeah, the Reaver goes down. Cannon go down. There's no Sim City really. And it looks like Cole is finally going to take it. Oh, game number 1. Cole might be the first German victory on the day. GG. Boom. Um, 2-2. Okay. Key number 2. Let's see if Cole can pull it out for Team Germany. Germany probably doesn't want to lose 4-0. Although it wouldn't be 4-0 because we're going to go to at least 6 games, possibly an ace. Anyway. It is, yay! Cole is not white. I am so happy. Yeah. Alright. Looks like Empire of the Sun. Yay for more standard 4-player maps. Alright. Excuse me. I'm really not sure what White's plan was last game. I mean, he just sat on 2 bases until he mined out his 2 bases, and then he took a 3rd base, and then he died. I'm not sure where that strategy went wrong exactly. I'm not sure what the strategy was. How long have I been going? I'm now curious. As we watch him build cannons. Okay, pretty nice wall. I'm casting this for approximately 7 hours, 13 minutes. Not counting the time I signed on early. Alright. Excuse me. Looks like Cole went for the 12 pool this game, or excuse me, the 12 hatch. He's gonna take a fast 3rd. Good standard build. This map won't be as friendly for Mutalisks. In fact, this is one of the worst maps for Mutalisks overall. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see Cole mix it up a little bit for Mutalisks, but then again, it is Cole, so wouldn't be very surprised if he just stuck with the Mutalisks. That's what Cole does. He does the Mutalisks. Hey, you're kind of clean up. Alright. Alright. I assume this is tight. This is not tight. This is not tight. I don't know if this is tight. Why is it an odd number of wings? Oh, no. That was just a... No. Oh, wait. Ah, okay. This is the missing one. White's apparently checking for the 3rd. This is a lot more common 3rd, because you can SimCity this easier than you can this. And because you can SimCity it and then take this base for free, essentially. Anyway, Coal Slayer pops. He has enough money for the Spire immediately. I assume he'll throw it down that quickly. I'm gonna throw it on the spire. Throw it on the spire. There we go. Well, looks like Zergling's speed is done, and he has a lot of speedlings. Alright, this is tight. This is not tight. I don't know about this or this. I think this one is tight, though. But we're about to find out, because Cole has 16 speedlings. Just about. And I guess that was the only gap, but that many speedlings can just bust the cannons. The cannons are going to go down immediately, and not going to deal with the Zealots, just going to go straight for the main. There are 2 gateways in the main. He's going for some Serious Tech gateway play with no Stargate. A lot of no Stargate today. I guess it's going to help him deal with Lings in his base. Cole getting 1 Zealot. Okay, only gets 1. It's fine. He's going to come right back up and, knows the timing of the cannons, going to take him out again. Good move. And now he's going to be able to take out some probes. No, he's not going to take out any probes. And that is a lot more speedlings coming in. Cole can just funnel speedlings in, and White's going to try to produce off of 3 gateways to defend, but it's going to be really hard. And oh geez, more speedlings attacking the natural. Speedlings in the main. Cole using some nice multitasking to attack both places at once. That next is certainly going to go down. These Zerglings are holding back the Zealots, preventing them from going and trying to defend anything back here. The Zerglings are going to be able to take out everything in this area. White's going to be supply blocked once either of these pylons fall. These 5 Zealots do chase away the Zerglings, but more Zerglings coming from the back. They're going to focus down the Forge first. And probably going to get it before the Zealots come? Not quite going to get it before the Zealots come. Do a lot of damage though. And these Zerglings are still just out of earshot. Cole doing a very good job with his multi-prong attacks. White is still supply blocked. Building a pylon now. And here comes Cole with some Mutalisks as a follow-up. Oh jeez. White has no anti-air. He's not making Dragoons. He didn't build a starport, so he has no Corsairs. He just has cannons to try to defend against his Mutalisks. But the Mutalisks are going to be able to take out all the Zealots that are too far forward. He's going to be able to take out all these buildings as well, or allow the Zerglings to at least. He's probably beginning the Zerglings to take out these buildings faster. And White's going to be supply blocked once again. They did focus down these photon cannons before they finish, and all of these buildings now are vulnerable to Mutalisk attacks. Cole wins with Mutalisks. I'm not terribly surprised. Kind of his thing. These Zealots are all huddling around the Nexus so they can be protected by the cannons, but the cannons are going to fall, and the probes cannot do a mass repair on the cannons, so now he is out of anti-air. And Cole wins. Team Germany mounted the comeback train. Take the first game. The first set, not the first game. Alright. Go into game number 2. No, 3. The 3s. So 1-3 on destination. Alright. Let's see who we have. Brief up the score. Whoops. And we have Ted versus Zeddy. Alright. Ted versus Zeddy. I forget which color is which. Ted's yellow. Zeddy is blue. So with TVZ on destination, Both of these players are pretty good. Just pretty solid players. Nothing really spectacular about either one from what I've seen, but nothing to slouch at. Alright. Said he's going to build the barracks there. He's going to make some kind of wall, probably here. Walls are good. They help stop circling run-bys. Ted does the extractor trick to get 10 supplies, so you can be a little bit more economic with his 9 pool. Everything should time out just right when you do this. You can get the spawning pool to finish at the same time as the overlord, to finish at the same time as the third larva popping, to be a little bit after you get 150 minerals. I feel better now, because I was thinking that Ted doesn't normally play Zerg, but I wasn't going to say anything, because I can be wrong at that a lot. But somebody else saying that Ted doesn't normally... Oh, shit. I fucked this up. I was thinking Ted was Karen. I'm tired. I'm going to take a nap after this. And by nap, I mean go to sleep, because it's going to be bedtime. Alright. That looks better. Well, Ted's not going to build a wall there. He's just going to make a lot of Marines first. Putting one SCV to help block somewhat. Now, is he going to build a command center? It looks like he has enough money for it. But the SCV isn't in position to build it at the moment. Zeddy, meanwhile, went for the hatchery. Did he not build 6 Zerglings? He didn't build 6 Zerglings. Really? Why do you bother going... I don't understand why Zergs do that. If you're not going to build 6 Zerglings, why go for a 9 pool? Just go for a 12 hatch. Economy will be better. You'll be a happier person. I mean, yes, by going for the 9 pool, you do get the layer started faster, but I don't know how many builds really rely on the layer finishing faster. Unless you're doing like 2 hatch meta. Then it really does matter getting the layer up really fast. But alright. Anyway, Ted has about 6 slings, or 6 Marines. Get the academy, threw it on the command center, so doing pretty normal Terran stuff. Should be pretty safe doing this just because the double bridge is hard to get over. So we should be fine. And Zeddy's Spire's on the way. Is Ted building in the eBay yet? Does not have the eBay yet. He still has plenty of time to start the eBay to be able to get missile turrets up in time. But he doesn't start kind of soon. He could try to defend it with just Marines, but that's going to be pretty difficult. As soon as about halfway done, Stim and Reigns will definitely both finish before the Mutalisks arrive. good. Concepts are really nice. Forgot about that. Anyway, Zeddy got his Mutalisk scouted. He's not morphing a full set of 9. In fact, only 6 at first. He's going to fly off with the first 5. One more is following now. So he's not, he doesn't have a lot of Mutalisk to begin with. And Te going to have a pretty immaculate turret timing. Though he only has... Ooh, that was not going to be in time. So not quite. He's going to have that one up, but... I don't know if it'll be... Oh, it probably will be enough now that Zeddy's not actually focusing on his main. Nope, the turret does finish now. So the Mutalisk's going to try to focus on the eBay, but that's not going to happen with the turret there. Most likely. They're still going to go for it. I mean, there's FPV repairing. And now, these turrets are just enough in range. Oh, not quite, but that turret did not help its buddy out. So turret goes down. Meanwhile, the Marines are not coming back to support the turrets. They're just going for an attack of their own. Building a third barracks, but we couldn't get the turrets up in time, so it's going to be kind of hard to defend these barracks. Te's actually kind of in a pickle here. Losing these barracks, and his Marines are all the way on the other side of the map. He needs to do damage with his attack. And he did not do damage with that attack at all. He is not Project. Wow. Awesome. That wins. I don't know what was so funny about that, but it's just like Zeddy did the absolute most normal thing in the world, and Ted's just like, oh, curses, I was not expecting you to do the absolute most normal thing in the world. Fuck it, I'm not going to try to defend my base, I'm just going to go kill you. No, you built Sunken Colonies. I don't want to play anymore. I don't know what Ted was thinking on that one. Alright. Oh shit, he picked the new map. Ted is feeling kind of risky, although Ground Zero is pretty normal, so I wouldn't expect to see any fast strategies on this map, but probably he just like looked and was like, okay, I know where the expos are. Let's hope he didn't look and see where the expos are himself. Alright, Te is blue, Zeddy is teal. Let's do this. Can Te hold off 6 Mutalisks after stim and range finish? Let's find out. I didn't think that was a very evil laugh, chat. I don't know. It was a loud laugh, but loud isn't necessarily evil. Although I have been told that I have a really stupid laugh. Like when I laugh, when I think it's really funny, I get really loud when I laugh, and people tell me that I'm trying to like out-laugh everybody else. And the way the way that they try to imitate it is to just go ha 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 ha. And I don't think I'm like that, but I've heard it from a couple people now, and I'm starting to think that maybe I do sound like that. I don't know. I don't think I'm trying to like be really angry with my laughter and just like overpower everybody else with my laughter, but yeah, my laughter's loud. I understand that. Zeddy went for a 9-hatch. That's kind of weird. Alright then, Zeddy going for the 9-hatch. Oh shit. Thanks. I clicked on the wrong one. Ted did not win. Zeddy won. I'm getting pretty bad with these overlays. I wonder if sales style overlays are easier to use. Probably not. I don't think that, like, the easiness of the overlay is going to help me not click on the other person. I heard an explosion. I don't know what that was. Anyway, Zeddy's spawning full finishes now on 12. I guess it was like a 9 hatch, 9 pool, 9 gas. I don't understand the nuances of a 9 hatch. I don't know what makes it better than a 12 hatch. SCV's being annoying. Good. Zeddy's actually just going to send most of his lanes to attack, but Ted has a good number of Marines there. Zeddy seems to be droning pretty normal behind it. He's not adding any lings on beyond this. I mean, he did get enough gas to get speed, but he's not getting any more gas after that, so it could be a ling all-in. But he's not actually making any lings to go with the ling all-in. Still no lings. Still no lings. Is he saving up money for another hatch? He is saving up enough money for another hatch. Ah. Alright, I guess it is going to be a 3-hatch speedling all-in. I guess that's what you do with a 9 hatch. You do speedling all-ins. I always did 9 pool in the speedling all-in. But, what do I know about speedling all-ins? They're pretty bad at them. He's still droning though. I wonder how high he's going to get on the drones before he switches into Zergling production. There are a lot of Marines on that ramp. He's going to have to wait for Ted to come out before he's really able to engage that, because there's just a lot of Marines, and more Marines are being added, and the Academy is almost done, so medics will be added soon. He's going to have to wait to get a pretty nice surround on him. Well, no. I guess it's not a speedling all-in, because he's mining gas again and he's getting a lair. Fuck. Man, chat led me astray. I'm gonna take their word for it, but, nope, I just haven't, I don't know what he's doing. Probably gonna do something standard, but with the 9 hatch. I don't know, I mean, it really doesn't make a difference. Zerg openings are all kind of the same. It's not like Terran where it actually matters if you get a factory first or not. Well, I guess it's not quite the same. But there's a difference between a 14cc and a what, 2-rax? I guess that'd be the 9 pool equivalent. How far away is Zeddy's Mutalisks? Because oh, he's not going Mutalisks. He's going Hydralisks. And Lurkers, in fact, because the layer's already done. I don't think the Lurkers are going to finish before Tez's units get there. He only has 2 somethings right now. He's going to need at least 1 more. Well, actually, that was a really nice round with the Zerglings. He's going to get most of the kills, and 2 somethings are going to be enough. He's pulling drones, but that's unnecessary. He should be able to handle it with just the 2 somethings, I think. I mean, especially if he does fancy hotkeying stuff and has them attacking the same target, then he definitely can handle it. Anyway, Lurkers just started, so he still has quite a bit more before Lurkers get there. That was a big window for Ted to make an attack. And that's not a lot of units for Ted to go against 3 Sunkens. But he's not actually able to kill any of them because he's targeting 3 different ones. Oh, wow. Oh, man, medics. Medics heal Marines too quickly. Oh, all of Zeddy's Sunkens are dead. A bunch of his drones are dead. His drones are fleeing into nowhere. Man, you really gotta hotkey your Sunkens and have them shoot at the same person, because then they die. He didn't exactly have a lot of Marines there. Eislisten's gonna go down. I don't think he finished the Lurker upgrade. Got a Spire? Oh, there's the Spire. That's not enough Mutalisks to do anything. So he's gonna lose all of his drones. And Ted's gonna take an equally silly game of just Terran makes a really standard timing push and wins. I guess that's why it's a standard timing push, because it works. Well, we still have some time to try to save the lair. Oh, Zeddy's asking for the map. Alright, will Zeddy GG? Or will he just not? Contemplating it. He still does have 7 supply, man. He could come back. Maybe the map was just like an elaborate ruse to get Ted equipped first, and then he can be like, aha! I stole your ladder points! And get the win. Well, he did kill the Marines, so yeah, he won't die immediately. I mean, he only has 3 drones and 2 Mutalisks, but man, he's just not quitting. Maybe he's really hoping to come back with 9 supply. Just like, yeah, man, I'm gonna say map, and he's gonna be thinking about what map he wants to play on next, and I'm just going to kill him with my dual Mutalisk micro. He's so good he can micro 2 Mutalisks at the same time, and then he can't die. There we go. All right. 1-1. Alright. So, game number 3. If Ted loses, Germany loses. So Ted actually has some pressure on his back. Going into 3-3. Here we go. Alright. Zeddy is brown. Ted is yellow. Change around the font colors. Boom. Alright. We have a TVZ on match point. So Zeddy did something really standard game 1, and then he won the game. Ted did something really standard game 2, and he won the game. Now Zeddy did something really weird game 2. So that can kind of explain why he lost. We're gonna blame that loss on the 9 hatch. But game 1, Ted was also doing something rather normal, and just like died to Mutalisks. Oh no. Zeddy's gonna do it again? Really? Alright. Got another 9 hatch. Maybe he'll speedling all in. I don't know. I don't understand the 9 hatch. Anyway, Tyrion's gonna go scout the 9 hatch though. He can scout it first. If he's paying attention. If he's not, it's gonna look like a 12 hatch until he actually clicks on it and sees, oh shit, that has a lot of health. Sorry, reading the chat again. Apparently I laugh like Freddy Krueger, which I would argue with, except for I don't actually know how Freddy Krueger laughs. I know who he is, but I don't watch horror movies, so I haven't actually heard him deliver any lines. Not a really big fan of horror movies. Never understood him, really. Because it's like, if you watch a horror movie, and it's like a bad horror movie, and it's like, wow, this movie was terrible. There was no plot, it wasn't funny, and it just made me wish I didn't watch it. It was just boring. But if it's a good horror movie and it scares the shit out of you, then it scared the shit out of you. And scared is not a fun thing to be. So it's like, if it doesn't scare you, then it's boring. If it does scare you, then you feel bad. So why would I want to watch it? In what scenario does a good outcome come of a scary movie? Unless you're trying to impress somebody by not being scared at a scary movie, then it makes sense. So taking a date to a scary movie makes sense, but then it really doesn't make sense from the girl's perspective, because they're not going to impress you by not being scared. I don't know. I don't get scary movies. I don't understand the concept behind them. Anyway, well, it looks like Zerg's going for 2-hatch something. And, SCV's going to be able to scout it, too. Looks probably not too happy about that. And it's going to be 2-hatch Mutalisk. Off of a 9-hatch. Alright. Well, 2-hatch Muta. Here we go. Oh, shit. I don't even know how long ago I moved that. Okay, I understand that if you watch a scary movie, it makes your brain think you're going to die. That makes sense. I don't understand how it makes your brain happy. Because I have never been happy after being scared. Unless it was like a sense of relief. But that's not the same thing as being happy. And I don't think that's why people watch scary movies, so that they can be relieved that the monster got killed. Because in the end of most scary movies, the monster doesn't get killed. The monster is looming in the background, and then it cuts to black, and you don't know what happened. So, I don't think that's the same thing. I don't think that's what you're talking about. Whatever it is you are talking about, I don't know what it is. Anyway, Zeddy has enough money for 5 Mutalisks, and gets scammed, so... Ten knows that the Mutalisks are coming. Let's see if he can defend it! Wow. Defend it. Not defense it. Defend it. He's not gonna have turrets. And he's once again gonna push out with his M&M. I mean, he doesn't have to come across a double bridge this time, and that'll help. I don't know. Here come the Mutalisks. Alright. Well, Ted's just going to go for it again. And he has no turrets to defend his mineral line. Those 2 Marines aren't going to do it. Really, Teh? Are you gonna lose the exact same way twice in a row? How do you play TVZ? Against what Zergs does this work? The let's not defend against Mutalisk harass strategy. Well, let's see if his attack works this time. I mean, there are 3 Sunkens again. He's going to be in a better position this time around because he's not attacking across the double bridge. And the drones are being pulled. Oh. I guess that's what he meant to do game 1. Alright. I guess you don't need to defend the Mutalisk because you can just Sunken bust them. Is that just what he does every game? Cause I don't imagine that would ever work on Destination. But alright, man. Germany's still in it. Cool. That was a weird series. I'm trying to figure out how I would describe that. It's like, if you were watching, man, I don't know how to phrase this. I know exactly what I'm thinking of, but it's not forming into words. Alright, you know those like stereotypical 1950s movies, right? Where there's a cheery announcer, and then there's a kid who listens to the announcer, who's the person on screen, and they're doing like really simple stuff. Just like, I'm going to go to the store, and then they do like an exaggerated walk, and then they go into the store, and then they buy something. And they do it for various examples. It's like, if there was a StarCraft video for that, it would be that game, and there'd be like a cheery announcer that's like, here's how you win with 3 Muta. And then it would be like a really over-exaggerated example of just like, oh no, I have lost against 3 Muta. And then he'd die. And then it's like, this is how you win with a Sunken attack. Oh no, I have lost to the Sunken bust. And then fall over. I don't know if that made sense to you guys. It kind of made sense to me. It kind of made less sense as I was explaining it. But yeah, I'm tired, so you're just gonna have to put up with me rambling about shit. Let's see, hey, it's Belladonna! Alright. I mean, this is like Latin America's super special 2v2 player. And then they just never played. But now, week 5 is coming. Viciado. I should just stop closing that, because I'm going to need to open it up again. Viciado. And on DE we have Vanatier. And we have the other guy. I don't know who that is. Zer. Okay, so need to open it up again. Vanatier is yellow. Vizor is blue. Bella is teal. And the other guy's brown. Alright. So, bottom is Latin America. Top is Germany. Bottom Latin America. Top Germany. Vanatier is Protoss. Wizard. I'm going to call him Wizard. Because it looks like Wizard but with no vowels. Wizard is blue. Bella is teal. Viciado is brown. So ZZ versus ZP. Looks like Viciado did a 9 pool. Belladonna did a 12 pool. Wizard did a 12 pool. It's Weezer? I could see it being Weezer, but he didn't put any vowels in it. So it could be Wizard, it could be Weezer, it could be Wazzer, for all I know. If you don't put vowels in your name, I'm just gonna pronounce it how it is, man. That's the risk you run. Like, not actually spelling it out and just being WZR. I would be okay if it was just, like, 3 letters. I would be okay saying the 3 letters. Except that one of them's W, because that's, like, already saying 3 letters. It's like a total of 5 letters? Forget that, man. You're a wizard. It's like wizard, but without the D. Anyway, looks like both... looks like both of the Zergs are going to gang up on the Zerg who did it, who expanded. This is going to be problematic for Wizard. Belladonna is from Chile. Guy in the chat who asked. I wonder how weird it sounds to people in VODs when I just, like, answer questions that nobody asked. They'll be, like, sitting there in silence and I'm reading the chat, and all of a sudden... Why, the capital of Denmark is Copenhagen! With absolutely no context. I bet it's weird. I don't know how many people actually watch the VODs, but for those people who do, I bet there's one person who just finds it really freaky. So, I apologize to you, one person who cares. I didn't mean for you to care, but shit happens. Anyway, Vanetier moving out with his first 3 zealots. Vikiado didn't throw down the Sunken yet. Normally, Zergs will throw down the Sunken pretty quickly if they're just going to be on one base. Why are you yelling Copenhagen at me? Is it because I said it Copenhagen instead of, like, Copenhagen? Or are you just like, yeah, Copenhagen! Fucking love that town! They have great pie! I don't know what Copenhagen's famous for. Probably Danishes. That would make sense if they were famous for Danishes. Anyway, the Sunken comes up a little bit too late, though. It looks like Belladonna's Zerglings are going to be able to save his ally. And not too many drones were lost. You know what, man? I'm tired enough that I'm just going to say yes. If you ask me questions and I know the answer, I will answer them. Go for it. I dare you. This may be the last game, so you won't have too much or this might be the last series, depending if Latin America wins or not, so you might not have too long to ask questions, but... No. Beer's another good answer for what Copenhagen is famous for. I only know, from my perspective, Copenhagen is famous for holding climate conferences that my country does not care about. And we kind of laugh at. The global warming is fake. Anyway, some Zergling attacks on both Latin America's players. Not doing a whole lot of damage. But just he has the hatcheries to do it now. That's what you can do off of 2 hatcheries. You can just pump a lot of Zerglings. And a lot of Speedlings at that. Am I a happy person overall? Man, the example I gave you was what's the capital of Denmark? That has an answer. Fuck if I know if I'm a happy person overall. That's so vague I can't answer that. Which I guess if I can't say immediately yes, the answer is no. I'm not a happy person overall. I wouldn't say I'm not... I'm not sure what emotion I would give myself, but... I don't know. That's a really vague question. Anyway, once again, the Zergling's going to be shut down. Belladonna got some pretty fast Mutalisks, and it's faster than either of the other 2 Zerg players. Wizard was pretty fast with his Spore colonies, so he'll be safe. And Vanetier, the pioneer of going mass Corsair in a 2v2, is once again showing his stuff. And he has a lot of Corsairs, but they're not actually where the Mutalisks are. So he's just going to kill some Overlords. And Overlord, I don't know where the other Overlords are. Oh, right. I was confused by why, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but why guy who starts with an H is not a fan of Danes. But then I remembered he's Swedish, which kind of makes sense. You guys should all be more friends up there. You guys kind of need each other. Which I guess you guys kind of are friends, except for Sweden hates Denmark. As I understand Norwegian geopolitical trends. Alright, Belladonna actually has no ground defenses. Save what? I don't know what. He's bringing in Zerglings to save him. I understand what he's saying now. Alright. So, Belladonna actually did lose some drones that attack. He's down to pretty low numbers. He does have some nice Mutalisk count, and he took out the Spore Colony there, so he's actually going to be able to kill all of Wizard's drones. Oh, Wizard's in a lot of trouble right now. Where is Vandeteer to save him? His Corsairs are coming up, but there are Zerglings, and the Zerglings can just kill everything. Uh-oh, I think Wizard's about to be eliminated. I think Wizard's effed. Yeah, I'd pretty much say Wizard's effed. He has one supply. He has no supply and enough money to make a single drone. So Wizard's out. Good show. 50 supply compared to 14 plus 18. Well, you know what? The Protoss isn't going to do that badly on his own. Alright, man. Vandeteer, time to man up for Team Germany. You got to win the 1v2. Make a drone. Try to defend yourself. Nope, he's eliminated. Alright, man. Well, Vandeteer does have a nice Corsair fleet, and he is ahead in both of them combined in supply. And I mean, it's really like, it's a 2-base Protoss once this is established versus a 2-base Zerg. Because there's one base here and one base here. They have a Sim City, and one of the Zergs has a Spire. No real other tech. So, you know what, man? Doesn't matter that Wizard was eliminated. He's a scrub anyway. I don't know. Never mind. I'm not going to go there. I was going to make a joke, but I'm not going to. Because I'm already mispronouncing the guy's name. I'm not going to make fun of my own mispronouncing the guy's name. But, yeah. Alright. Apparently the chat blew up in a Sweden-Denmark grudge match. It's fine, man. See, I could be like a real troll right now and be like, hey man, you're just mad at Denmark because you're jealous of their hockey team. And then, like, everybody would get mad at me. Anyway. So, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 drones, it looks like, versus, and maybe 20-ish? Compared to a 2-base Protoss, who doesn't need to build something other than Corsairs. It's starting to build High Templar now. Is the Storm on the way? No, Storm's not being researched yet. Oh, jeez. Man, dude. Why are there so many people from Norway in my chat? Isn't it like 5 a.m. in Norway or something? Shouldn't you all be like asleep by now? Alright. I'm not sure what Vanatier can... I have a feeling Vanatier can win somehow, but it's just going to be difficult. 21 plus 29 is 50 supply compared to 75, but both these bases have just so many static defenses that it just might not matter in the end. I mean, if these Corsairs had D-Web, then we're talking. But, no Sleep Beacon. And can't decide whether they're going to attack or not. I mean, there's too many Sunkens for the Zealots and the Archons to kill. 5 is not going to beat these 3. And the Spores are going to do too much damage to the Corsairs to be really worth it. Ooh, looks like Vigiato got some workers, which Vanatier's just going to run away from because he's a member of the observers. There's some real Nordic hate going on in the chat. Maybe that's why Team Norway sucks. Because they're all actually conspiring against the other Nordic countries so they can be like, aha, I'm Swedish and because of me not showing up to clan matches, Norway and Denmark have to be terrible at StarCraft. Aha. And then people go like, no, wait, you're also bad at StarCraft, Sweden. You lost all your matches. And it's like, Me losing, it like brings me down a peg, but if I add the peg bringing down to Norway and the peg bringing down to Denmark, it's kind of worth it to sacrifice myself. So, you're all bad at StarCraft. And that's why Team Norway has no wins, or only has 1 win, and doesn't even show up to play matches to Nation War anymore. I solved it. That is the secret to why Norway sucks in Alpha 2 Nation War. Brilliant. Oh man, I should do more logical thinking while I'm this tired. Clearly good stuff happens. He still doesn't have an observer. And he takes up a Sunken. Yeah, both Belladonna and Vigiato sacrificed their economy to get out a bunch of early lings. And their strategy worked because it took out one of them, but then they didn't realize the other one wouldn't just quit. So now they have to win a 2-on-1. The plan didn't involve going beyond getting one of them eliminated. They succeeded in their plan, but then they're like, we can just win a 2-on-1. And now they're actually trying to win the 2-on-1. Which, they're doing a pretty good job of it. Honestly, I think... I'm questioning whether it would be better to be one of these players with all the units, or to actually split it up half and half. Because if you're one player, from a very logical standpoint, it actually helps to just be one. Because between the two of you, if you both want Mutalisks, you have to buy 2 Spires. You want upgrades, you both have to buy the upgrades. So you're actually spending more money collectively, and not getting as much return. But at the same time, by having 2 people, you can double your APM. So, I don't know. I guess it depends on how good of they are as a team. I can almost see an argument that's like, they would be better off if they were actually doing a 1v1 right now, and being a 2v2 hurts them because they are the same race. Anyway, Vanatier's gonna come back. He has observers now. Observers are good. There we go. I found the Dragoons getting killed. Someone doesn't realize there's a Zerg base right above them. Anyway, looks like Vanetier's gonna go for another attack. So he's bringing like so few units that it's almost not worth it. Oh, he had a good storm the first time and hit both of them, but the second storm did not hit the mark. This lurker is still doing a lot of damage. And looks like once again his well, not quite. Oh no, can you see it with the observer? I don't know if the observers can actually get close enough, or if the spore colonies will snipe them. Well, he's cut mining down from this base. He's only mining from one base now. Although he does have a lot of... it is rather saturated. So it only has 5 patches. So it's probably like a normal Zerg base. Kind of cancel each other out. Looks like the observers were lost though. So once again, he's helpless against the lurkers. He loses pretty much everything except for the lair. And tech-wise. And is he going to get it down? Yes, he does. Gets it down. All the Sunkens go down. All the tech goes down. This is an island? Yeah, this is an island. Alright. So Protoss still at 72. One Zerg is at 41. The other Zerg is at 34. So now it's pretty even supply. The Zergs actually have a slight advantage of about 3. As opposed to Vanetier, who was like... He actually like stayed at 70, between 70 and 80 this entire time. And the Zergs have just been increasing their supply. I still don't think he realizes that there's a base up here. He keeps attacking Brown, but Brown is okay if he loses this. It's like, that's fine, I'm just going to move up here. And lurkers at the top of the ramp are really good. Not pretty good storm dodge. Belladonna. Oh, gets this Templar. Nice snipe. Alright, go, go, go. Looks like they're finally going to make their move on the Protoss. Protoss is on 4 bases, kind of. Well, that one's mined out, and that one's kind of a half base. Then there's this one, and this one which isn't populated. Like, it's on 2 bases. 2 mining bases, I guess. Down to 60. Yeah, Zerg now has 110 supply compared to 60. 6. And he has a lot of bases, so a lot of that's pro supply. So Vanetier actually has some real problems now. This base is probably going to fall pretty soon as well. Well, it was a valiant effort, but he couldn't make anything happen with the 2v1. Oh jeez, that's a lot of Templar to just die. Only one storm got off. Ugh. Well. Griff in Spanish. I do not know what he's saying. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that this... excuse me. I'm pretty sure that this is my new record for longest 2v2. This game's going on a pretty long time. Alright, well, it looks like he's going to go for yet another attack on Viciado, but Viciado has enough stuff here that, at the top of the ramp, that's not going to matter. Pulling back now. If you didn't see that, Drop was researching. Drop is now finished. So we can drop this area. It's a pretty juicy spot to drop, I guess. It's effectively 6 base Zerg. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to combine this base and a little bit this here into one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 base Zerg versus 4 base Protoss. But 4 base Protoss that only has 79 supply. Well, you can go in for another attack. This is not going to work. There are too many lurkers here. Anti-Templar are getting sniped. And GG! Alright. Belladonna showing he's a 2v2 master. He just needs to win one more to bring the Latin America victory. And Latin America and Germany, I think, will be tied at 3-2 each, moving into the final week. And I don't know how Western Europe went, but they could also be 3-2. So there could be a really interesting three-way battle coming down to the very end, if Latin America wins now. If Latin America does not win, then Latin America needs to hope that Western Europe loses. But moving into the next game. Alright. We have Vanetier is green. We have... Oh, whoops. Oh, man, I'm going to have to retype that. Shoot, we have Wizard as white. As white. We have Bella as purple. And we have Vigiato as yellow. Okay, we have Wizard and Vanetier D. Alright. Oh, I mixed those up. Oh well. That's fine. So, Vanetier is the Protoss. Son of a bitch, Vanetier's not Protoss anymore. Vanetier race pick to Zerg. Alright. ZVZVZVZ! Actually, no, ZZVZZ. 2 less V's in there. But, yeah. So, Vanetier is Vanetier, and his ally Wizard, left side. Belladonna, Vigiato, right side. There will be so many Lings this game. Nothing but Lings, and Mutalisks, and Sunken Colonies. Possibly some Scourge. Alright. It just occurred to me that if he uses his full name, Belladonna has the same name as a porn star. But if he shortens his name, Bella has the same name as the character from Twilight. And I don't know any other Bellas, and I don't know any other Belladonnas. And I don't know which one is worth to be associated with. I don't know if he even meant to be associated with the porn star to begin with. But he probably certainly doesn't mean to be associated with the Twilight star. Just throwing that out there. Okay, so 9 pool, 9 pool, and 9 pool, 9 pool. Okay, everybody went 9 pool. And it looks like Wizard's going to be the only one that built an in-base hatch. Everybody else is going Fire. Alright, Wizard's going to be the Ling guy. Apparently Belladonna was a 12 pool. Are you sure? Because all their layers are about the same timing. Oh, this guy's layer is the same timing. I mean, I know he didn't send out 6 lings immediately, but all his stuff finished at the same time. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Everybody's making lings. It's ling, 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 ling. It's just a ZVZ where both players start off with 2 bases. God, the colors are getting so confusing. Okay. Green, white, purple, yellow. Eagles colors, girly colors. Got it. Right. Looks like Wizard actually has a lot of Zerglings because he built the other hatch rate faster than everybody else. So he's going to be able to take on both people at once rather effectively. Now Vanetier's lings come in from the side, and no, enough lings from Vicchiato going to push Vanetier's remaining lings back. Anyway, yep. Yeah, Wizard got the speed and is not getting a lair anytime soon. And he needs to go help his ally out right now, because his ally's in a bit of trouble. Vanetier's going to try to hold off these lings. He's going to kill off all of Vicchiato's. The Belladonna's pulled back. And it looks like Vanetier actually did have some. Yellow and white are 2 similar colors. So half of this were for Belladonna's, half of this was Vanetier's. And it looks like white and green are collectively pushing back Team Latin America. That can't be Spanish. I don't know what they're saying. I'm confused. Okay. So, is this base vulnerable? Not really, there are 3 sunken colonies. Is this base vulnerable? Not really, there are 3 sunken colonies. Is this base vulnerable? It's 1 sunken colony. This base has about to be... Oh, still 1 sunken colony. Okay. So it looks like Team Latin America really turtled up hard with the sunkens. And it looks like they're not actually going to link up together for an attack. They're just going to each attack their separate targets. I'm not sure that's going to work. Well, it looks like they're pretty mirrored. Just the top guys and the bottom guys. But the Team Latin America built more sunken colonies, so they're going to be more dependent against lings, but their economy's going to be a little bit worse. How many mutalisks are out? Only a couple. It looks like Vanetier's not going to be making mutalisks, he's just been making Scourge. And he's getting some nice Scourge hits, in fact. He made 1 mutalisk. And it is going to kill everything. His allies' mutalisks are still a ways away. The mutalisk has 1 kill. He's on hold position, I think, so he's not actually following the drones. He eventually gets killed, but only gets 2. He only gets 2 drone kills because he wasn't being micro very effectively. Anyway, here comes Wizard's big ling attack on Belladonna. Belladonna's sunken colonies are not in as good of a position, so he's a little bit more vulnerable. But here comes Vicchiato's lings from the back. Not going to be enough, but going to at least soften up the lings of Wizard. I don't think he meant to Scourge it with the first one, but then he's like, well, I already wasted 1 Scourge. Might as well take it out. Oh man, so many lings. So, yeah, it looks like Vicchiato's going to get chased away. Alright, well, Belladonna has Mutalisks, so that's going to help out a lot. He has to avoid the Scourge, though, but he has enough Mutalisks to micro against it. But he really is afraid to Mutalisk micro. There we go. Takes the 2 out. There are a lot of lings in the middle of the map that big cloud thing. I can't even look at it all at the same time. I have no zoom out feature for Brood War. That'd be pretty awesome if there was a zoom out feature. Anyway, looks like Vanetier's gonna be under attack. And Vanetier does not have a lot of stuff. He only has 11 supply, only 1 sunken colony. I don't know how he's gonna defend against this. Meanwhile, oh, that's his ally's links. He's not being attacked. Here comes a wizard from the back to try to save his ally, who only has 6 supply, of which 2 is in the Scourge. I'm counting 4 Scourge and 2 drones. I'm not sure where the other supply is. Only 6 supply now. 5 supply, 4 supply. Oh man, 4 supply, 1 in drones, 1 in Scourge, 3 supply, 1 is in drones. I don't know where the other Mulus is back here. So that's where his other supply is. He's at 3 supply, 2 of which is in Mulus. He's pretty much out of the game. I don't think Wizard can win a 2v1 in this situation. He does have 43 supply compared to, well, 18 and 25. He does have about even supply. He doesn't have the tech, though. Is the difference? Why does he have a lair? I don't know why he has a lair, but he's going to go for an attack of his own, and he has so many lings, he might just be able to overwhelm the sunken colonies despite the Mutalisks up top. Lings are coming back. No, it looks like he's going to lose all of his lings in that attack. And now it's 15 plus 27 compared to 18 plus 4. So Belladonna has more supply than both of them combined now. And then an ally that's not dead. Alright. I think that attack was the end of the game. Wizard really needed to do some damage, and he did none. So now he loses. Apparently this is a pretty good strategy in ZVZVZVZ. Just to make lots of sunkens, and then you are invincible. Seemed to work out pretty well. Anyway, looks like they're now going to finally finish off Vanetier. Vanetier has 3 supply. Everything is dying. 2 supply. I think there's still a Mutalisk out somewhere. I'm looking on the minimap, but I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Nope, that's an Overlord. Nope, can't find it. But apparently he has a Mutalisk somewhere. Anyway, Wizard's attacking. He managed to take out one of the Sunkens, but it was the Sunken that was really easy to take out. There's still 2 much more defended Sunkens that he still has to work with, and he's not going to be able to do much damage. He's not even getting many drone kills. Wizard is almost out of this game. Vanetier has been eliminated. Well, he only has 1 Spore Colony, which his Overlords are flying over, so he can't actually target it. Or it can't actually be targeted, but it doesn't cover the spawning pool. Fancy Micro by Belladonna. Kill everything. But this is what's going to be the death nail. All these lings are going to stream into the base, and there's nothing that Wizard can do about it. Oh, all the Scourge, all the Mulus die in one fell swoop. Only 16 supply, only 2 defensive structures, 1 to handle the lings and 1 to handle the Mutalisks, and neither one is going to be enough. And it looks like that is it. Latin America lives to fight another day. They are tied with Germany going into the last week, both 3-2. Possibly tied with Western Europe as well. I do not know how that other series came out. I don't even know if I'm casting it, so I'm not going to spoil myself and check. Oh, but that's it, man. That's what I got for today. Thank you all for watching. One final big thanks to Altitude, the game, for helping make esports great. AltitudeGame.com. Let me bring up the slide. Whoops, that's not the one I wanted. AltitudeGame.com. If you have not gone to that site, go to that site right now, because I'm done casting. Thank you to the organizers, A1 Game, and thank you all for watching. There will be more Altitude Nation War tomorrow. I can't remember if I cast it before or after Gambit Cup, but if you want to watch one, you pretty much want to watch the other anyway. So check it out tomorrow, pretty much around the same time. Alright, thanks everybody. Bye.